Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. And, well, as always, we've got a lot to talk about. There have been, since I went to bed last night, so many updates on everything related to the assassination of the late, great Charlie Kirk. I'm going to break them all down and take your calls as well. We've got the confession from the assassin and much, much more. But one of the things I'm going to start with here is I'm really getting fed up with these Democrats throwing ridiculous things out there all of the time, saying that Charlie Kirk said this, and they're throwing out these random incidents that have happened around the country over the years, and they're saying, they're doing this. It's called the "you're another" fallacy. Okay, yeah, this guy assassinated Charlie Kirk, but what about this? And what about that? And then, Charlie Kirk said this about that, and what do you have to say for yourself? And I'm really getting fed up with it. And I'm not going to go through all of them because we'll be bogged down until doomsday. If we sat around and exposed all the lies of the left, we wouldn't have time to talk about all the new news, which is kind of what they would like. But there's a couple of stories that, there's three that I'm going to go through here in the beginning, and then we'll get into the confession and the new stuff. But I'm going to go into three of the lying stories that are really kind of the most common ones that I hear from in the chat room and on calls from liberal lunatics that are trying to find a way to absolve the liberal movement and the never-Trumpers from any responsibility in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, okay? And when I go through these, they'll sound familiar to you because you hear them mentioning them all of the time. And here's the first one, okay? Now, this is an article from the New York Post. Those of you that are watching the live stream with the green background, if you go to my mainstream, that's where the main chat is in the mainstream, you can see the article that I have on the screen right now. You'll be able to see the video and hear the audio sound bites I play. And there's a link to that stream in the description of the video. That's if you're watching with the green behind me. This is the first one, okay? Well, what about Melissa Hortman in Minnesota, who's nobody knew that name. We knew about the incident, but nobody knew the name until like 3 days ago. And in fact, a reporter asked President Trump about it, and they're saying, well, she was a Democrat, so she obviously was killed by a Republican, a MAGA person. Why isn't that a big deal? Well, first off, that's not the case. It is true that she was murdered, but she wasn't murdered by a Republican. She wasn't murdered by a MAGA person, okay? Let me go through this. This is an article from June. It's dated June 15th of this year, 2025. It's in the New York Post, and you can find other articles on this as well, okay? And I'm going to go through this with you right now. Here's the headline. Assassinated men, and by the way, we're opposed to all murders, but, the left are just throwing out these random incidents and assigning responsibility to Republicans, and that's insane. This is the headline, New York Post, June 15th, 2025. The byline, it is an article from Anthony Blair in the New York Post. And by the way, all the things that I'm going to go over are on my X, Brian Craig Show on X. You can go and get the original source if that's important to you. Here's the headline. Assassinated Minnesota Dem Melissa Hortman had just crossed party lines to cast decisive vote against illegal migrant handouts. Okay, let's go through this article. And it's a tragedy. She was murdered, but she was murdered by one of the Dems. The Minnesota Democratic state lawmaker who was assassinated by a crazed gunman, I'm reading from the New York Post, in a rubber mask, crossed party lines just days earlier and made a critical vote revoking health care coverage for illegal migrants. And I remember before her murder, everybody in the country was talking about this. This actually went viral for her Profiles Encourage moment here. Okay, so the Minnesota Democratic state lawmaker who was assassinated by a crazed gunman in a rubber mask crossed party lines just days earlier and made a critical vote revoking health care coverage for illegal migrants. Melissa Hortman, the state House Democratic leader, was the only member of her party to side with the Republicans and vote to repeal taxpayer-funded. New York Post has a lot of ads. Melissa Hortman, the state House Democrat leader, was the only member of her party to side with Republicans and vote to repeal taxpayer-funded health care coverage for adult illegal migrants as part of this year's budget bill. So she came out with the MAGA position and voted to revoke the health care for the illegals in Minnesota, a Democrat. She and her husband were gunned down on Saturday in Brooklyn Park, just outside Minneapolis, shortly after the same assassin is believed to have gravely wounded Democrat State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. So, she had just done so the shooter, the assassin, was a Democrat. Remember, he had this job that he was appointed to by Tim Walz, who was the Democrat governor of Minnesota and was the running mate to Willie Brown's girlfriend, okay, for vice president. He had the post prior, he was appointed to that by the Democrat governor before Walz. And then we find out she voted with MAGA she voted to revoke the health care benefits to the illegals in Minnesota. Boom. He's not a MAGA guy. He's not a Republican. He crossed party lines with his assassination. He had a hit list with 50 pro-life people on it. And he also had a bunch of flyers in his car when he was arrested to the No Kings March. So that's why she was assassinated. She was assassinated because she crossed party lines by a Democrat. And he assassinated her for her betrayal to the Democrat Party. And this is the most common one. A reporter asked President Trump about this in the Oval Office. And, this was not hard to find. I just Googled Minnesota Democrat assassination. This was the first article that came up on my Google search. Okay? And I did that while I was waiting for my coffee at Starbucks. Okay? Then I posted it on X. So that's one. I'm so tired of these Democrats. Now, the other one, I was live streaming here on YouTube a little while ago at about 4:30 this morning. And some troll just kept posting, Gabby Giffords, Gabby Giffords. Now, Gabby Giffords was a Democrat congresswoman, and her husband, Mark Kelly's a senator now. They have different last names, and which is so liberal of them, isn't it? And now they're, what the Democrats are doing is they're throwing random murders out there and random shootings and assigning blame to the Republicans to all of these things out of the blue. Well, what about this murder? What about that shooting? Which is insane. But when I was live streaming this morning at about 4:30 a.m., one of these liberal trolls just kept spamming the chat and it said Gabby Giffords just over and over and over again. And right after I found this article, and these are very easy to look up, simple Google searches. I ended that live stream. I went into Starbucks. I ordered my venti hot blonde Americano. And while they were making that drink, which doesn't take too long, I pulled up both of these stories that just shoot all that out of the water. And again, they're linked on my X, so you can reference them if you'd like to share with your friends. So he just spammed the chat. You might have been in that chat room, and it just said Gabby Giffords over and over again. So the Gabby Giffords shooting was, there were people killed at that shooting, including a federal judge and a little girl, I think around 9, between 9 and 11. And it was a tragedy. And she was a Democrat. Well, she still is a Democrat, and her husband, Mark Kelly, certainly is. So then I just looked up the Gabby Giffords shooting, and it was in Tucson, and I pulled up the Wikipedia, and I want to share this with you. Okay, this was in 2011, years before President Trump came down the escalator. So there was no MAGA movement yet. So how can MAGA have responsibility for something that happened before there was a MAGA movement? But that's not the thing. Let me go through this, okay? This is the Gabby Giffords shooting. And these are the three of the most common things I'm hearing from liberal jerks and Democrats, and I'm just exposing their crap, okay, right now, and I'm kind of sick and tired of it. This is the Gabby Giffords shooting. This is the Wikipedia I pulled up that you're looking at on the screen, and if you're watching on the stream where you see the green behind me, if you go to my main stream where the main chat is, in the main stream, you can see all these articles, and you'll be able to hear the audio that I'm going to play next of Charlie Kirk. I'm going to play a video of Charlie Kirk after this. That'll be the third one that we expose. And the link to the mainstream and the main chat is in the description of the video, those of you watching with the green behind me. Okay, so here's the Gabby Giffords shooting. I'm reading from Wikipedia. On January 8th, 2011. Now, again, this is years before the president came down the escalator. He came down the escalator in 2015. So how could MAGA have any responsibility for something that happened before there was even a MAGA movement, before the president even came down the escalator? But that's not the main thing here. They want to assign blame to the Republicans. Oh, this is a MAGA guy, even though there was no MAGA movement. What was he, a psychic and and that he's a Republican. Both of these obviously are false. The first is because this was 4 years before the president came down the escalator. Okay, let me read to this. This is the Wikipedia. On January 8th, 2011, United States Representative Gabby Giffords and 18 others were shot during a constituent meeting held in a supermarket parking lot in Arizona, in the Tucson metropolitan area. 6 were killed, including a federal judge. And others, including Giffords staffers and a 9-year-old girl, Christina Taylor Greene. Giffords was holding a meeting called Congress on Your Corner in the parking lot of a Safeway store when Jared Lee Loughner drew a pistol and shot her through the head at point-blank range before proceeding to fire on others. Okay? So that's what happened. A god-awful tragedy. Guy's not MAGA because there was no MAGA movement yet. This was 3.5, 4 years before the president came down the escalator, but he also was not a Republican. So let me click on. This is the shooter of Gabby Giffords who murdered that 9-year-old girl and shot the others. Just a monster. Jared Lee Loughner. This is his Wikipedia. I'm going to read to you. He's an American mass murderer who pleaded guilty to 19 charges of murder and attempted murder in connection with the January 8th, 2011 Tucson shooting, in which he shot and severely injured U.S. Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 people, including a federal judge and, of course, the 19-year-old girl. Loughner shot and injured a total of 13 people, including one man who was injured while subduing him. There was a guy inside the store who had a weapon, a civilian, and he came out and stopped him. Now, again, this is all Wikipedia. Acquaintances say that Loughner's personality had changed markedly in the years prior to the shooting, a period during which he was also abusing alcohol and drugs. He had been suspended from community college because of his bizarre behavior and disruption in classes and the library. After his arrest, 2 medical evaluations diagnosed, this is the Gabby Giffords shooter, with paranoid schizophrenia. Okay, so he's a paranoid schizophrenia sufferer, and ruled him incompetent to stand trial. He was placed on medication while on jail as part of his treatment. He was again judged incompetent in May 2012. In August 2012, Loughner was judged competent to stand trial, and at the hearing, he pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to life plus 140 years in federal prison. Jared Lee Loughner, okay, let's get into his background here, because I pulled this up. Hold on, let me cue this up here so you guys can read this. Okay, he was suspended from college. Okay, now again, this is from the Gabby Giffords shooter's Wikipedia, okay? Views on politics. Records show that Loughner was registered as an independent. He voted in 06 and 08, but not in 2010. His high school friend, Zach, said he did not watch TV, he disliked the news, he didn't listen to political radio, he didn't take sides, he wasn't on the left, and he wasn't on the right. His friend later told the New York Times that the Gabby Giffords shooter, Jared Loughner, his anger would also well up at the sight of President George W. Bush or in discussing what he considered to be nefarious designs of government. According to his friend Bryce, he expressed longstanding dislike for Gabby Giffords. The friend recalled that Loeffner had often said women should not be in positions of power, and he was always going after Gabby Giffords. So he was diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic who was just as angry as George W. Bush, according to his friends. So he wasn't MAGA, because MAGA, this is 4 years before the MAGA movement existed. President Trump hadn't come down the escalator till years later. And he wasn't a Republican or a Democrat. He was just a paranoid, insane, schizophrenic, suffering person who did this god-awful crime. So this is not some Republican attack or MAGA attack. All right, you know, I'm sorry to have to go over all this, but I'm tired of these people that are just saying these things that are not true, including asking the president yesterday at the White House press conference. And all these things I'm sharing are on my X, Brian Craig Show on X, and you guys can go over there and look. And if you'd like to call in, please do. The number is pinned in the live chat. It's toll free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are watching, okay? And the number, again, is pinned in the live chat. Now, this third one, this is the final of these. I mean, I could do this all day, but then it would eat up the whole show, and I'm not going to let these lunatics do that. Yesterday afternoon on my podcast, I got a call right as I was about to sign off, and it was from a liberal Democrat doing what liberal Democrats have been doing, try to deflect and somehow blame Charlie Kirk for his own assassination. They act as if he deserved it, and they come up with these statements. And he came up with one, and I pulled up the quote, the actual quote, and I'm going to play the video. You'll hear Charlie Kirk in his own words say this. And the guy, he called me up at the end of my podcast yesterday. I should have pulled up the part from the podcast. I'm not sure if I can pull. You may have. You can go back and listen to it. It was a long conversation. I don't want to play the long conversation, but he said, well, Charlie Kirk was defending the guy that attacked Paul Pelosi, and I said, give me a break. A homeless drug addict living on the streets of San Francisco with some MAGA Republican? Are you kidding me? And he says, pull it up. It's all over. I said, listen. I said, I don't have to. He said, research it, pull it up and play it. And I pulled it up after the show. And this is also on my X. I'm going to share it with you. And I told him this. I said, I don't have to research it. If Charlie Kirk said something like that, not that it would excuse what happened to him, like not that it has anything to do with his assassination, but if he said something about that, like you're saying, I wouldn't have to research it because CNN, MSNBC, and all the liberals would be flooding the news with it. But I pulled it up anyway because I want to dispel some of these myths and urban legends and just outright slanders and lies of the left. So he said that just pull it up. You'll hear Charlie Kirk. He was defending the attacker of Paul Pelosi. And again, my response to him was, a homeless drug addict living on the streets of San Francisco, that's your MAGA guy? Are you kidding me? So I pulled it up. I'm going to play it for you now. Now, those of you watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main stream, that's where my main chat is. That's where the main program is. You'll be able to see and hear the audio and video that I'm sharing. And there's a link to that stream in the description of the video. That's those of you watching with the green behind me. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up. This is Charlie Kirk, and he's talking about the Paul Pelosi attacker.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
Okay. Ask him some questions. That's the key. So what's going on here? What's happening? Well, context is everything. If you remember, Paul Pelosi had two incidents, not just this thing with this guy at the house. And by the way, both incidents, including the incident with the guy at the house, Nancy was not home. She was in Washington. Paul Pelosi was alone out on the left coast in California. Okay? The first incident before this, he left in his convertible Porsche some party in one of those vineyards somewhere and got into a car accident. Remember this? And the police arrived. And we never saw the police dashboard camera or body camera footage. And there was a lot of discussion at the time who was in the convertible Porsche with Paul Pelosi when he got into this accident. And why aren't we seeing the video? Remember that? And it wasn't that long after. I can't remember how long it was. It couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks. But shortly after that, this incident happened at the house with Paul Pelosi, right? And this is Charlie talking about it.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
Okay. So when I'm a married man. If my wife's out of town and I'm out driving a convertible Porsche and I get into a car accident, wouldn't you wonder who I was in the convertible with? And then like a week or two later, however long this was, this happens at the house, you'd say, with my wife out of town, you'd say, what's going on? Why are you having all these bizarre adventures while your wife's out of town? Well, that's what people were talking about at the time. And what Charlie was saying is there's a bigger story here. Paul Pelosi is obviously a party guy who's doing all kinds of things he doesn't want his wife to know about because he doesn't have any of these troubles when she's in town. She's in D.C., he's in San Francisco, he's getting in car accidents in the convertible Porsche. He's answering the door in his underwear, and things are happening at his house. And what he's saying is he'd like to talk to this guy to find out if he has any prior relationship with Paul Pelosi, right? And this guy that called in, and I've heard others talk about this, by the way, not just him, have mentioned over the past couple of days that Charlie Kirk was defending and wanted to bail out the Paul Pelosi attacker. Now, he wanted to question the Paul Pelosi attacker and figured if you bailed him out, he owes you and he'll talk to you and you could find out what relationship that they have, if any, prior to the attack. That's it. Now, there's many other things that the liberals are just throwing out there that are lies and slanders, not just these, but these are three of the biggest. I'll probably go over them later in the show again because these are all very important for people to be aware of. So when your friends and others bring up these lies about Charlie Kirk, MAGA, and Democrats, you can expose them. All right, let's take some calls, and you liberals are certainly welcome to call in and explain yourselves. The number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
I'm Alec. I'm calling from California.
Yeah, what's up?
I was listening to what you were saying about, Charlie Kirk and just kind of like how the media has portrayed it in one way, and then you're seeing a lot of rhetoric on like Twitter and stuff that's pretty toxic. And I just wanted to give my 2 cents on it.
Okay.
So, I mean, on one side of the coin, nobody should be killed for, just speaking their 2 cents. I don't think that's right. That's not American, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the other side of the coin, which is like, is it okay to make fun of somebody that's been like hurt, right? And I think in general, that's like not good, right? Nobody should be doing that. But, Charlie Kirk has videos of him making fun of people who were hurt. And so I'm not saying it's right, but I can understand.
You can understand. What kind of person are you? What kind of monster are you? I want you to think about this. I want you while you're sitting on your liberal high horse. Okay,
it's not a liberal high horse.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you're like many liberals, especially you California left coast liberals in California. You put yourself on this pedestal of intellectual superiority of above others. You're talking about a man. Excuse me. You're talking about Charlie Kirk, who right now as we speak is lying in a box dead in a mortuary waiting for a funeral.
And that's very sad.
This weekend. And you say that, but then you say, well, he made fun of some people. So, and what that implies, you'll deny this, but what you're really saying in your liberal arrogance is that he deserved it, that he brought this on himself, and you're a terrible
That seems
person.
to be what you're saying.
No, that's what you're saying, and you think you're so clever that you're saying it in a way that
put
others
words in my
wouldn't
mouth,
understand.
but that's not what I said.
Yeah,
Do you
making
just
fun
talk
of
over
people?
or do you actually make
I let you
curious?
speak, and I'm giving you my thoughts on the disgusting filth that you uttered. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, I can attribute a bunch of things you didn't say to you as well, but that's not what I said.
You implied. You didn't
It's a
say
little
it.
bad,
You
but that's what
implied.
you're going
There was
for.
a but there. Oh, the assassination was bad, but he made fun of people.
Very clear about what I was saying.
Yeah, I know.
That,
Crystal clear.
look, do you understand like the golden rule, right? Like, if I go around making fun of people that are hurt, when I'm hurt, people might make fun of me, right? In this case, I think it's like way too much, right? Like, this is a guy who was speaking his mind and was killed in front of his family. That's really fucked up. Like,
Now,
nobody wants
the
that.
thing with Charlie Kirk, you talk about him making fun of people. I don't know about that. I've seen him at some of these events because he would do these sit-ins, right? And anybody could line up at the mic. It was open mic, like I do here on my phones, and ask him questions. And I remember once there was this overweight girl, very liberal, she had like blue hair, purple hair, something like this. She came up to the mic and people started making fun of her. Charlie stopped them and said, "Let her speak. Don't do that. Stop doing that." I didn't see him as the type of person that made fun of someone.
Well, look, I'm not saying he was a bad person. I'm saying that if anybody were to go and like I think the example you raised earlier was the one with Nancy Pelosi's husband being assaulted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was like the next day there's videos of Charlie Kirk like spreading fake lies about it being his like transsexual lover or something like that. And then following that he was pushing people to raise funds for this person's parole and demanding.
I just played the clip. None of what you said. I'll explain what I shared a minute ago because you obviously didn't hear the couple of minutes before I took your call. What happened with Paul Pelosi before the incident at the House, not long before, like within the week or two. I don't remember the exact time frame, but it was within a week or two. He was at some late night party out in wine country, and he left in his convertible Porsche and got into a car accident in his convertible Porsche. Nancy was out of town. She was in Washington. We never saw the police. It was in the news. It was a big story because, he's the husband of Pelosi. We never saw the police car dash cam footage or the police body cam footage. And there was a discussion going on who was in the car with him. And there were some reports that there was someone in the car, and the person in the car with him was never identified, okay? And it looked like Paul Pelosi was out partying with someone that the police and he were hiding from the world, that Nancy would not approve of him partying with. And then a couple of weeks later, he answers the door of his house in San Francisco in his underwear, which we know for a fact because when police came, he was wearing silk boxers and some silk robe of some kind. He gets a knock on his door at night, and he opens the door in his underwear. And this happened. And you put those two incidents together, and everyone in the country, not just Charlie Kirk, everyone in the country was talking at the time, wait a minute, we just had this incident in the car. We don't know who he was with. What's going on here? Do they have a prior relationship? Was this a hookup? Was it a drug deal? Was it a random act of violence? And we couldn't get the story. And what Charlie Kirk said in the clip that I played right before your call that you missed, that's okay, is that let's bail him out. And then we can ask him questions. Like if we bail him out, he'll owe us. And we can find out if he had a prior relationship. That's all. I don't understand what's wrong with that.
I think it's in poor taste. I watched the police cam
Poor taste.
footage.
You're
It's
dissing
like
a
he
dead
opens
man who was murdered less than a week ago, and you're talking about
Did
that
I
being in bad
diss
taste?
the dead man? I
Yes.
didn't diss the
Yes.
dead
Again,
man.
here's back to the liberal arrogance.
I repeatedly said it's not good. It's not good. I'm
You don't mean
literally
that.
saying it's
No,
not good.
but that's not
Okay,
the.
I don't need it.
No.
I mean, if you think I'm talking in bad faith, then I'll just hang up. There's
No,
point,
I'll
right?
hang up first. I do the hanging up here. What do you guys think? Does he seem upset? Was he dissing Charlie Kirk, a dead man who's in a box right now in a mortuary? I think he was. If you'd like to call in, all thoughts are welcome. All political viewpoints are welcome. Left, right, MAGA, not MAGA. The number's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. Now, I've expanded the show to 4 hours. We've been 3 for a long, long time. I've expanded the show to 4 hours, and also I have my afternoon show now. All of that is brought to you by the great Mike Lindell at MyPillow, who's been a longtime supporter of my program for many, many years. And this extra hour, as well as the afternoon show, is brought to you by Mike Lindell. So go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, so that Mike Lindell at MyPillow knows that his support and sponsorship of the program is money well spent. But now we've got this incredible 3-in-1 sale that's going on. You can see it up there on the screen. The MyPillow bed sheets, they're just $29.88. That's any size, any color, even the kings. They're regularly $119.98, and right now just $29.88. The MyPillow towels are back in stock. You can get the 6-piece MyPillow towel set for just $39.98. And for the first time ever, the premium MyPillows made with Giza cotton, the queens are just $17.98, and the kings just $19.98. These are all huge, deep discounts. Plus, the free shipping offer is still in effect. So go to mypillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and load up. Get these great products. It's fall. It's time to load up on stuff as the colder months will be approaching, and let Mike Lindell know that you support this program by supporting MyPillow. Oh, yeah, the mattress topper's out of this world. I've got the mattress topper, I've got everything. I live in a MyPillow household. All right, back to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Xavier. I'm calling from Indiana.
All right, Indiana. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, first of all, let's just say rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Great man. Beautiful Christian. I was just going to see where you stood on, obviously we don't know everything, and we probably will never fully know the whole truth, but do you think, Israel intelligence had something to do with Charlie?
No.
No?
No. Where do you get that at? Candace Owens and her lunacy? I saw her show yesterday. Why would the Jews kill him? He's a supporter of Israel who works with President Trump, who's a strong supporter of Israel. Why would Israel kill such a high-profile, important supporter of theirs? What would be the motivation? Other than you and Candace
really
Owens
just,
don't like Jews.
No, I have nothing against Jews, actually.
Well, you think they might have killed Charlie Kirk. That sounds like you got a beef.
No, I actually just asked you if you think it could be possible that
No.
they had anything to do with it,
No.
knowing that he
What?
changed his,
No, he didn't.
changed his views recently.
No, he
and then-
didn't. Candace Owens said that in private he was going to announce a change in his views. She made that crap up. He didn't change his views on Israel.
No, there is.
What was it? What did he change his view from to? He was supporting the Palestinians.
Yeah, he said that there's a point. He literally said, no, I don't know exact word for word, but he was basically saying, okay, yes, I love Israel. I want Israel to win, of course, but we're getting to the point where they're testing my moral code, and I'm going to have to change.
Well, I didn't hear him say that, but President
that.
Trump himself has said recently, okay, that he supports Israel, he supports their actions, but they need to wrap this up. That the war's going on so long, they've begun to lose and probably have lost the support of the world that they had behind them. That's not the same thing as changing. The paranoid anti-Semites like Candace Owens, who hate Israel, hate Jews, they're out there floating that he changed his position into calling Israel the aggressor and siding with the Palestinians, and he was going to announce this, and that's why they would have done this. None of that's true. Most of us in the MAGA movement support Israel, but we agree that this war in Gaza is becoming Israel's Vietnam, and that they need to wind it down because they've lost public opinion, and the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get. That doesn't mean we're not supporting Israel. No. Mm-mm.
Okay. So you think? No, I'm just asking. You think it was just like some random college kid, or do you think it would be deep state, or like what do you think?
Oh yeah, I think probably deep state. Yeah, this was. I've been saying this all week.
Okay.
The same people that killed the Kennedys and killed Martin Luther King killed Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
That's exactly what I've been thinking too. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we're on the same page. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
I was just
okay. I misunderstood your tone. That's all. It's early. I'm behind.
Yeah, no problem. And you know, people come on here trying to come at you all types of ways, anyway.
Yes,
so.
that is true. Yeah, you know, Charlie Kirk is the first political assassination we've had in this country in 57 years since Martin Luther King. You know, and this was a wider operation of evildoers, deep state types. That doesn't mean that they're currently in these agencies, but it's those types of people. And it was another attempt to bring down the MAGA movement. It's a midterm and election, part of their election strategy in the midterms and the next presidential election. Of course, it's backfired on them, like everything else they've done. Mm-hmm.
Like, I was going to say, like, every negative thing they do turns to a positive for us, but, you know.
Yeah, I know. I jumped on you quick there. That's okay. Hey, we all make mistakes.
Oh, no, you're fine, man. There's, like I said, all types of people who will just try to come on here and cause some type of argument or spiel or whatever, and no, I'm not. I don't do that stuff. I just try to get.
Yeah, I saw Candace Owens yesterday. Candace Owens is insane. But yesterday, to me, I had a sense she knew she was lying. She was just making, you can say a dead man said anything. They're not here to correct the record, right? So people are going to start attributing a lot of crazy things to Charlie Kirk, more so than they're already doing, because he's not here to correct the record.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Yeah. All right. Hey, listen, thanks for the call. Call me again sometime. All right. Take care. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. We're going to switch. Let me see if I've heard from the radio station yet. Not quite yet. Okay. We're going to switch to the radio station in a few minutes, but we haven't started, so I'll go back. We're still just on YouTube, so I'll go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brandon Griffin. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. What's on your mind?
I just want to say, first of all, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, and prayers for his family and anybody involved. But I just think that it's amazing to me that I hear these people talking about, I don't celebrate his death, but he was a racist, or but he was this. And here's my thing. Even if, which he didn't, but even if Charlie Kirk was saying hate speech, you guys use hate to murder him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is worse?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, I'm 100% anti-Joe Biden, right? If he would have been assassinated on stage, I would not cheer for it.
No. In fact, I would condemn whoever did it and call them out. Yeah. And if they were part of our movement, I'd be disgusted, and we would immediately, all of us in unison, condemn that person. But that didn't happen. All the violence is from the left. All of it.
Yep. And I'll tell you this. These politicians that are condoning this and have said for years, you need to go to the streets and, have promoted violence should be held accountable.
Well, I think that's going to happen. I think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
If you remember a couple years ago, there was that girl who was on trial who was convicted of texting her boyfriend into taking his own life. Remember this? She went on trial. She didn't do it.
Oh yeah.
But she got him to do it, right? And
Yep.
so yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of people in the media and Democrats who have a lot of blame. Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, this has changed me a lot, and I'm not condoning violence at all, and that's not what.
Well, listen, I got to run because we're going to switch over to the radio. But listen, I appreciate the call. Call me again sometime. Now we're less than a minute from now. We're going to switch over to the radio. So if you're on hold, stand by. We'll get back to the calls. I'm just waiting. I have to do an intro when they pick us up. Did any of you guys catch JD Vance, the vice president, filling in for Charlie Kirk on his show yesterday? That was amazing. Oh man, if you're on hold, stand by. Our number is toll free. 888-465-2631. It is pinned in the live chat. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are watching. Okay, we got about 20 seconds. Stand by. If you're watching with the green screen behind me, go to my other stream, the main stream in the main chat, and you can see and hear all the video and audio I play. The link's in the description. Welcome to the program, everyone. It is Tuesday morning. My name is Brian Craig, and this is Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Callers are already on hold. If you're on hold, stand by. We've got a lot to cover. I want to recap something I was doing in the early show. A lot of what's been going on since this god-awful assassination of Charlie Kirk, and I want to say, Charlie Kirk, he is a MAGA martyr, an American martyr, a Christian martyr, and this was without question a political assassination. And we've got a lot to cover here today, including the confession of the assassin himself. But the last few days, I have been hearing just nonstop lies and slanders from liberals that have been calling me here, and you've seen them around the country too. And I've picked 3 of the most common ones that I'm getting that I want to share with you. I'm not going to go through every lie they've told about Charlie Kirk because we could do shows on that every day for months. It will never end. They're just making stuff up now, like Candace Owens did yesterday about Charlie. But President Trump had a great press conference yesterday in the Oval Office, and they asked the president about the Minnesota lawmakers. And what the Democrats have done is they're randomly naming off murders and incidents. And, what do you think about this shooting or this murder? And they blame Republicans for all these random murders and tragedies that have happened in the past, which have nothing to do with the MAGA movement and nothing to do with Republicans, okay? And I'm going to go through 3 here in the beginning just because I'm tired of explaining this to liberal caller after liberal caller. And you've heard this on the show, a liberal caller and say, well, what do you say about, why are you making a big deal about the Minnesota Democrat that was murdered? That's what they asked the president about yesterday in the Oval Office. And I'll explain to them. And then, 20 minutes later, I'll get another call from a liberal that missed that part of the show asking me the same question. So I'm going to go over the 3 most common BS lies that are being told right now, okay? And I'm going to start with the Melissa Hortman, which is a sad thing that happened to her. She was murdered and assassinated. This is the Minnesota Democrat. And I pulled up an article that's dated June 15th, 2025, written by Anthony Blair in the New York Post. And here's the article. It took me, I don't know, two to maybe even 3 seconds to get this. I just Googled Melissa Hortman assassination, and this article came up instantly. Okay, so it's not like you have to do deep research to find this, but this is what they asked the president about. Here's the headline. Assassinated Minnesota Dem Melissa Hortman had just crossed party lines to cast decisive vote against illegal migrant handouts. New York Post, June 15th, 2025. The Minnesota Democratic state lawmaker who was assassinated by a crazed gunman in a rubber mask crossed party lines just days earlier and made a critical vote revoking health care coverage for illegal migrants. So what happened here is, and I remember this story because when she did this, she voted with the Republicans, crossed the aisle, to cut off health care benefits to illegals. Everyone in the country was talking about this before the assassination. It was a viral moment, and people were talking about profiles in courage. Minnesota Democratic state lawmaker, the one who was assassinated by a crazed gunman in a rubber mask, had crossed party lines just days earlier and made a critical vote revoking health care coverage for illegal migrants. Melissa Hortman, the state House Democratic leader, was the only member of her party to side with Republicans and vote to repeal taxpayer-funded health care coverage for adult illegal migrants as part of this year's budget bill. So the guy that murdered her, we know he was a Democrat because he had a state-level position that he was appointed to by Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz. And he had that job prior. He was appointed to it by the previous Democrat governor before Walz. I can't remember his name. He had the No Kings flyers in his car, and he had a hit list with 50 pro-life names on it, okay? So he is a Democrat who targeted the Minnesota lawmaker because she voted to take health care benefits away from illegals. And that's the most common lie that's being told that they want to blame us for when it was them. Now, again, it's god-awful she was murdered. I'm against all murders and shootings, all of them. And there's no buts after. But they're blaming Republicans and MAGA for things that the Democrats did. Now, there's the second one is Gabby Giffords, the shooting of Gabby Giffords. And this one's coming up a lot because her creep of a husband, the astronaut, who's now a senator and has a different last name than her, he's doing all of these interviews. So everyone's saying, well, look, Gabby Giffords was a Democrat, must be MAGA, must be a Republican. No. And I pulled, if you're on hold, hang in there. I pulled this up. The Gabby Giffords shooting, okay? And I'm going to read to you from Wikipedia. And all this information you can look up yourself. It's all on my X at Brian Craig Show. Here it is from Wikipedia. On January 8th, 2011, United States Representative Gabby Giffords and 18 others were shot during a constituent meeting held in a supermarket parking lot in Arizona. 6 were killed, including a federal judge, Giffords staffers, and a 9-year-old little girl. This was in January 8th, 2011. And they were shot and murdered by Jared Lee Loughner. Well, January 8th, 2011 is like 4 years before the MAGA movement even existed. President Trump didn't come down the escalator yet. There was no MAGA movement. So how does MAGA have a role in something that happened before MAGA existed? But then you may say, oh, well, but he was a Republican. No. Let's pull this up. Again, this is Wikipedia. Jared Lee Loughner, this is his Wikipedia, is an American mass murderer who pleaded guilty to 19 charges of murder and attempted murder in connection with the January 8th, 2011 Tucson shooting where he shot and severely injured U.S. Representative Gabby Giffords. And, okay. So before the MAGA movement even existed, before President Trump knew he was going to run for president, MAGA didn't exist. But you may still say, well, he was a Republican. No, listen to this. Acquaintances say, this is the Gabby Giffords shooter, Loughner, okay? Acquaintances say that Loeffner's personality had changed in the years prior to the shooting, a period during which he was also abusing alcohol and drugs. He had been suspended from college in 2010 because of bizarre behavior and disruptions in classes and in the library at the school. 2 medical evaluations diagnosed the Gabby Giffords shooter as a paranoid schizophrenic. Okay, so he had schizophrenia. And if you go through his Wikipedia, they go through his whole background, and they have one section, his views on politics. Records show that the Gabby Giffords shooter was registered as an independent and voted in 06 and 08, but not in 2010. Gabby Giffords' shooter, Loeffler, his high school friend, said he didn't watch TV, he disliked the news, he didn't listen to political radio, he didn't take sides. He wasn't on the left, he wasn't on the right. Another friend later told the New York Times that Loeffner's anger would well up in the sight of President George W. Bush as well. So he was not a Republican. He wasn't MAGA because MAGA didn't exist. He was a paranoid schizophrenic, and he probably still is a paranoid schizo guy. Total mental illness. First one, the Minnesota Democrat killed by a Democrat for voting with Republicans to repeal health care for illegals. And Gabby Giffords was shot by a paranoid schizophrenic whose friends said, 2 of his friends said in interviews, he felt the same way about George W. Bush. He wasn't left, he wasn't right. That's it. Now, I'm not going to do this all day, but we could. You know, they are doing nothing but blaming us for things that they've done because they're trying to create a dialogue that the violence is coming from both sides. No, it is not. The violence is coming from one side, the liberal side, the Democrat side. Now, I want to play this clip, one last thing before we take the first break of the program. By the way, if you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, the number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. And all these things I'm sharing are on my X, Brian Craig Show. So, you know, you can have these and show to all your idiot liberal friends. I'm just tired of having the same conversation 10 times a day the last few days with liberal morons. So this one here, this last one I'm going to share is one that's starting to pick up steam. I got on my podcast yesterday, I got a call from a liberal, a deranged liberal, strongly opposing the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but he tells us, but he wanted to defend the attacker of Paul Pelosi. And he said, pull up the video, pull it up, play it on the show. So I did. I got it right here, and I'm going to play it for you after the break, all right? So I looked at the clock. I'm already late for the break. So after the break, I'm going to play the audio of Charlie Kirk that is all over the place by the left. They are slandering a man who, as we speak, is in a box in a mortuary awaiting a funeral, who was assassinated by a leftist less than a week ago. And I'm tired of it, and we're going to set the record straight. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to take a moment to tell you guys about the great Mike Lindell and MyPillow, who's been a supporter of this program for many, many years. And right now, Mike Lindell at MyPillow is having their 3-in-1 sale. This is amazing. Listen to this. Now, this is all, of course, with our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E, at MyPillow.com. The MyPillow bed sheets, just $29.88. Any color, any size, even the kings. They're regularly $119.98. The MyPillow towels, they're back in stock. Get a 6-piece MyPillow towel set for just $39.98 with our promo code KANE, K-A-N-E. And for the first time, the limited edition premium MyPillows made with the Giza cotton covers. I have these. They're spectacular. The Queen, just $17.98. The King, it's just $19.98 with our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E. Plus, the free shipping offer is still in effect. So go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code KANE, K-A-N-E, at checkout, and let Mike Lindell know that you support him supporting this program by using our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E, and taking advantage of all these great deals. Okay, so after the break, I'll share the audio that they're slandering Charlie Kirk about, saying that he said something he didn't say, right after this. Okay, now if you're on hold, stand by. After the break, I'm going to go straight to the audio. Now, those of you that are watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main stream, okay, you'll be able to see the video and hear the audio, and also see the articles I go over and everything. All right, on this, and the link to that, my main stream with the main chat where you can see and hear all the video. A direct link is in the description of the video. That's if you're watching with the green behind me, okay? Jump over there. I'm going to play the audio and the video when we get back, and then I'm going to go to the phones. If you want to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call, no matter where you are watching, all right? And if you're on hold, stand by. Yeah, this is one of my cool alligator Alcatraz shirts that my wife got me. I mean, she just loaded me up. I'll play, while we're waiting, this is a radio station break. I'll play the video and the audio right now that I'm going to play for the radio audience. This is Charlie Kirk.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
Yeah, exactly. What is wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with that. I'm going to share that with the radio audience when we get back from the break. And we'll be back in, let's see here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Let me take a call while we're waiting. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Mr. Craig. My name is Eddie. I'm from New Hampshire.
Hey, Eddie. What's on your mind?
Well, when I called in, I caught part of the segment where you were talking about the person with purple hair and with Paul Pelosi, and I do remember both of those. The one thing that I remember the most about the lady with the purple hair at the college that Charlie was talking to, he was always like that. He was always like that. He always wanted civil conversation, and that's what turns me on the most about listening to him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm ashamed to tell you, but for a time when I was younger, prior to becoming a part-time cop in Mass, I used to vote Democrat, and listening to my former captain, listening to Charlie Kirk, listening to Jeff Cooner, who we have out here on WRKO radio, it really opened my eyes and changed my view on so many different things.
That's why they killed him. He was assassinated because he was converting people like you.
Well, and the thing is, Mr. Craig, the one thing, and Jeff Cooner said it to me many years ago, he said, look, don't take my word for it. Go do the research.
Yeah.
And Charlie was very big on the same thing, too. And I think what I remember the most about him, he was never disrespectful to anybody. He did a podcast with a bunch of women who were on OnlyFans.
Yes.
And he said to them, look, he said, I don't agree. He was like, I don't agree with your lifestyle and what you do. He says, I sincerely think that you're worth more than that in the eyes of God, and I pray that you will find a better way to do things. He was never disrespectful. He never took a cheap shot at anybody, even though they
now
were
listen,
doing that.
we're getting ready to come back from our radio station break, so stand by because I'm going to go to you when we get back, all right? We're going to be back in about 15 seconds, and I want to ask you some questions, all right? So you hang in there. If you want to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat. It's toll-free no matter where you are. Okay, we got 10 seconds.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the air. I got a guy on the line here. You're calling from New Hampshire, and during the break, you were telling me something pretty cool. You used to be a liberal, you used to be a Democrat, and Charlie Kirk was one of the people that converted you to being conservative. What about the Charlie Kirk and the MAGA philosophy flipped you from a Democrat, from a liberal, to being a conservative?
Good morning, Mr. Craig. And I'll tell you and your audience what it was. is growing up as a kid in my family, that's just what we did.
Mm-hmm.
But when I became a part-time law enforcement officer, my captain started to listen to me and realize, he's like, you know, you got some good ideas, you have some good things, but I got some people I want you to listen to.
Yeah.
So I sat back, you know, and I really took to heart what he said. So I listened to him. There was a guy, Jeff Cooner, on WRKO radio here up north in Boston. Listened to him, got into listening to Charlie Kirk, and I said to myself, you know what? I feel like I've been lied to with everything I thought I knew.
Oh yeah, I mean that's an amazing thing. Yeah, it's tough to admit you've been wrong all your life.
You know, and I'll tell you, Mr. Craig, taking a look at it, I sat back and I thought to myself, if I'm going to become a law enforcement officer, if I'm going to become a criminal investigator or anything of any kind, I'm going to need to look at both sides of everything. And when I saw what was going on with all of it, I thought to myself, I'm like, you know what? I'm finding more facts and more open validity, more truth with what is being told to me in the conservative base versus what I was hearing from the liberal base.
Let me ask you this, to be specific, what was the most liberal position you had that you no longer hold?
I very seriously believed in gun control.
Oh.
I didn't think that guns should be as accessible as they should have been. But when I started to learn more and started to realize, you know what? I left my sidearm on the kitchen table one time. It's not going to get up and kill somebody. The person behind the gun is who's doing the killing.
There you go. Yeah.
And I thought to myself, how narrow-minded have I been on that, but also on other topics?
Yeah.
How can I broaden my horizons? How can I broaden my knowledge base and my scope? And the one thing that I can tell you that I know for a certainty with Charlie Kirk, the man never once took a spiteful, mean-spirited, derogatory stance against anybody that he dealt with, even if he disagreed with them.
Yeah.
He was always respectful. And the best example I can give you is when he was talking to a group of OnlyFans girls. He was very polite and respectful to them. And then there was another instance where he turned around. He was talking to a gay conservative at a college campus, and he said to the kid, look, I don't want to think of you or look at you based on that. He says, you are welcome to the Conservative Party. I believe you have some common ground with us on things that we're talking about, strong border, strong economy, strong military. He said, but you should not be introducing yourself by what you do in the bedroom. He said, if you ask me from a biblical standpoint, I don't agree with it. But he said, you know what? Welcome to the Conservative Party.
Well, you know what it is? You know, the Democrats have this stereotype of what Republicans are, right? Evil, racist, sexist, homophobes, immigrant phobes, and all these things. And obviously we're not that, but a lot of people that are liberal think we are. And that, you know, that and Charlie Kirk was, you know, he was able to break through that stereotype and show people, no, we're not like that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, listen, welcome to the program, and I hope to hear from you again. You're a very good caller. A recovered liberal.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. I hope you have a great morning.
All right, take care. Yeah, recovered liberal. It's like rehab for people. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, man? My name is John, and I'm calling from Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. So, yeah, I'm just here at work, and I was just watching your stream. And just to backtrack on a comment that you made, you said that the shooter's motive for the Minnesota shooting, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing. You stated that the shooter who killed the Minnesota senator was influenced because he wanted to get revenge or something.
Yeah, the shooter in Minnesota was a Democrat, okay, who had a job that he was appointed to by Tim Walz, who was the Democrat governor, who was the running mate of Kamala Harris in the last election.
Oh, yeah, cool. I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt.
Yeah, and Melissa Hortman had voted with Republicans to take health care coverage away from illegals, and that's why he killed her.
Motive, rumors, and misinformation. Following the attacks, misinformation spread including a debunked theory of Hortman was killed over a health care policy for undocumented immigrants. That's a conspiracy theory. That's a hoax.
No, it's not. In fact, the article, it's not a conspiracy theory or a hoax. The article that I read from earlier is from the New York Post, which is part of the Fox News family. And everybody in the country, that vote that she made before she was murdered by this guy, it went viral online. Everyone, I talked about it. Everyone was talking about it in media that week. The myth is that no. You've got your myths mixed up. There's it's
right here in front of my eyes.
Well, what are you reading from?
If you want to live stream me, that's cool.
What are you reading from?
Right here.
What are you reading from? What are you reading from?
I'm reading from Google.
No. Where's the article?
I'm not reading an article.
Oh, you're not reading an article. No, you've got your stories mixed up.
I Googled.
Excuse me. No.
Let me talk.
All right,
You have a show all to yourself. Let me talk. Give me a chance. I'm not here to try to get you in a
spit it out.
I just
spit it out.
Have decent discussion.
Spit it out.
All right. I'm trying to spit it out, bro. Chill out. And he was targeting Democrat lawmakers and abortion providers and pro-choice activists.
No.
He had a list.
No, that's all.
Yes.
That's not true.
Yes.
Okay. The true story is this.
I want your audience.
It's not what you said. Stop. No. Listen.
Who's in the comments?
Google it. But I'm going to tell you the truth.
Google it.
Are you
Google
gonna?
it.
All right. He's not going to let me speak. He's lying. He had a list of 50 pro-life people. Okay, that were on his kill list, and she voted with the Republicans. What he is misinterpreting or just lying about is this. There was some people who were saying she voted against transgender legislation. That's not true. She did not vote against transgender legislation. She voted to remove health care benefits from illegals. And you know what? That guy's he's knowingly lying, that guy. I believe that guy's knowingly lying. I didn't get to the Charlie Kirk, the last liberal urban legend lie slander, but I will after the break. All right? If you want to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I want to talk about this incredible new offering from Sloman's, the Sloman Shield Link. This is super cool. Listen to this. The Sloman Shield Link takes your everyday routines and actions at your house and sets them up based on your preferences. Listen to this. It connects your devices to react based on your actions. So you come home, your lights come on. Your music, your TV, your computer comes on as you enter your home. The Sloman Shield Link can also act in almost any scenario based on what you want to happen in your home. Maybe you want your thermostat to turn down when you turn your alarm on, save you on electricity, or automatically lock your doors. Make sure your security lights outside are on. All these things can happen automatically with the Sloman's Shield Link. Listen to this. The Sloman Shield Link, it's compatible with all devices that you already have in your home. Give them a call, 833-283-5050, 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're in a break now, and I'll take a call while we're in break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. It's Stacy from Deerfield Beach.
Hey, Stacy. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say what's going on in this world is terrible.
It is. It really is.
I'm so sad. Why would you kill a Christian man who has 2 children, who just was just speaking his truth? These left-wing radicals, they need help. They really do need help. They probably don't. I mean, they have a lot of hate. They don't go to church. They don't do anything that has Christian values. And I'm just really sad about what's going on.
Yeah, so am I. They're evil. They're demonic.
It doesn't make sense. Jesus came down. He sacrificed her. Like, I'm not being, religious and all, but he came down to make us. I just don't know what's going on, Brian. It's just so bad what's going on with this young youth go.
Well, it's obvious
don't
what's
know.
going on. The liberals are losing everything. And because they're losing everything, the Democrats are in a panic. Everything they've done is to try to stop the MAGA movement. That's why they shot the president in Butler.
Donald Trump is the greatest president, well, outside Lincoln and everything, but he is the great. He wants to. He doesn't even think of left and right. He just wants to make America great again.
That's correct.
And he accepts everyone. Yes, and he accepts everyone. He listens to everybody. I listen to, I watch. He has press conferences and stuff like that. And he's the greatest president I've ever met. Well, I grew up in the Reagan era. I grew up in the 80s.
Yeah.
And outside of that, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever.
No doubt.
He's not a Thank you, sir. And he's not a politician. Mm-mm. He is a leader.
That's right.
And when they say he's fascist or whatever, that's just these left. I don't know what's going on with these left people, whatever they call them. They're young. And I was watching something the other day. They didn't live on 9/11. Mm-hmm. We lived on 9/11.
That's right.
And that's the situation. Yeah, and they don't have the ability to get themselves. They probably still live with their parents or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. And they don't, my siblings, they grew up in the
well, listen, I'm going to have to run in a moment, but listen, I appreciate the call, okay. And these are just keep in mind, they're small in numbers, and MAGA, we're running the country, and we're the majority of the country.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm so glad we are.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Call me again sometime. If you're on hold, stand by. Right. We're going to be back in about 40 seconds. I got to go grab a charger for my phone. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. I just had to run in the other room and grab a charger. If you're on hold, stand by. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Okay, so what I've been going through here early on are these liberal lies about these past incidents. The Minnesota one, Gabby Giffords, and then this one here I've been hearing more and more. And yesterday on my podcast, a liberal jerk called me up and was obsessing over this, and I pulled up this and I want to share it with you. One of the things they've been saying about Charlie Kirk is that he was supporting the Paul Pelosi attacker, and he wanted to get him out of jail, and he wanted to help him and all this stuff. That's not true. I pulled up the clip. It's all over X. I'm going to play for you this clip of Charlie Kirk. It's him talking about the Paul Pelosi attacker, and then I'll, as most of the things they say about, well, everything really I've heard, that they say that Charlie Kirk said, they take it out of context. Let me share it with you.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out, and then go ask him some questions.
Okay. So what's that about? For those that don't remember, and you liberals out there who obviously are either just lying or just clueless. Okay, I don't remember the exact dates, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks. The incidents were close together. Not long before the incident at the House, Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi in both of these incidents was in D.C., and Paul Pelosi was home alone on the other side of the continent in San Francisco. not long before this incident at the House, Paul Pelosi left a party late at night in Napa Valley, one of those vineyard parties that the rich go to. He was in his convertible Porsche and got into a car accident. Police arrived. It was reported he was in the car with someone, and we never got their identity. There was no police body cam footage. There was no dashboard camera footage from the police released. And there was a lot of talk and discussion, well, who was in the convertible Porsche with Paul Pelosi? And then not long after that, this incident happens. He gets a knock at his front door. Nancy's in Washington. Paul Pelosi's in San Francisco. He answered the door in silk underwear because that's what he was wearing when the cops showed up. And this incident happened. And you put these two incidents together, and everyone, I was talking about this. Everyone was talking about this. It seems like Paul Pelosi likes to party when Nancy's not home and she's out of town. What's going on? And what he was talking about is, boy, let's bail this guy out so we can interview him. And if we bail him out, he'll owe us, and we can find out if he had a prior relationship with Paul Pelosi. That's what that was about, and you know this. All right, let's go back to the phones, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Franklin. I'm calling from Washington. How you doing?
All right, Franklin from Washington. What's on your mind?
We're just in the midst of generation in the world right now, and
no doubt.
It's actually really disgusting, disrespectful, and it's just wow. And I'm still young, and I'll admit that I haven't really experienced what the older generation has, but even the older generation.
Well, okay, I get it. It's bad, but can you? Hold on. Can you get to the point?
Yeah, the point is that we shouldn't even be fighting each other. We should just try and have, I want to say world peace, but I know that's not going to happen.
Well, it's hard. You know, President Trump's trying to do that, but the Democrats, they shot him and they killed Charlie Kirk. That. So if these liberals are shooting people. Kidding. So what are we supposed to do when the Democrats are out shooting people like this?
We can't do much. We have our hands tied because it's always we're racist and we're sexist or whatever.
Exactly.
And you can tell me if I'm wrong because I've heard this all my life. Liberalism is a mental disorder.
That is true. Yes, that's very true. Very true.
So, I mean, okay.
All right. Hey, listen, I appreciate the call. All right. Take care. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Excuse me, I'm here. I'm Pierre-Alain Montoya from Switzerland, from the mountain.
All right, Switzerland, you're on the air. What's on your mind, Switzerland?
Okay, we here we have a direct democracy. Means the people can vote for everything, what they agree or not. And we have 7 presidents, same time, and everybody have to do something. And they cannot have their own meaning. How you say? They have to agree. So we have really a different type of how you say?
Government.
Politics.
Yeah.
The direct democracy. And I think that's what the most of the country needs. That the people can not be affiliated on democratic views, on Republican views. They can have their own.
Well, the problem is the United States is a much larger country with over 300 million people in it, and we're a lot more diverse than you are, too. So you can't run
a. Have more immigration than you.
Yeah, you got. What's the population of Switzerland? What's the population of Switzerland?
8 million.
Yeah, we have over 300 million.
But yes. And you see that programming, computer, AI, you can really make, choose the people by internet what they agree or not.
Yeah.
I think we are at the time we can really let the people have their own words and not to have a dictator. And the moment what we see now from America is that you have like a dictator.
Really? Hold on. Slow down for a second. Hold on. Who's the dictator? I'm not. We have there's a dictator.
Now, Trump, the administration.
Yeah.
Is going after the people who criticize the death of Kirk. No.
No.
They're checking the internet.
No. What's happening is I'm going to answer your question. Hold on. What's happening? Visitors to our country, okay, and if you're an American citizen, you have the right to say whatever you want about it. However, if you're an immigrant,
that's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. If you're not a U.S. citizen and you have a visa, an immigration visa, your visa is going to be revoked if you're cheering on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But not if you're an American.
It's not true. Some teachers was just critique about what he was saying all his life on the Second Amendment, and it's like karma shot him. It's really karma who takes him, for me. Mm-hmm. It's if you are advocating for hate, crime, most of the things, if you say that in German, you go to jail.
Yeah.
In Austria as well, you don't can say so things.
Well, we're not going to take advice from Germany. No, people are not going to jail for criticizing Charlie Kirk.
But they lost their jobs. They have done. They are how doxing. You say that doxing. When they put the names of the people who criticize what Kirk has done in his life.
That's not Trump. That's not Trump. Those are individuals who have been removed from their jobs by their employers. That's not President Trump. He hasn't done that.
Yes. But your party is going after them.
They're exposing people. Yes, yes, correct.
It's karma. If you say nothing like school shootings, if you say nothing, just praying for it's the same like the Islamists. For us, you are so crazy like ISIS. You have the same words, always God.
Yes.
Like the Islamists say Allah. It's the same.
America, the United States is a Christian nation, founded by Christian Puritans.
By immigrants. Never forget.
No. This country was not founded. Excuse me. We were not founded by immigrants. We were founded by colonists who colonized this country. Not immigrants, colonists. Colonists and immigrants are different things. There was no country here before.
What?
There was no country here before. They weren't immigrants. They were colonists.
People. No, there was people. It's like saying Palestine don't exist before.
No,
the Jewish.
There were the people that lived. The people in America when the colonists came they were prehistoric nomadic people. They were prehistoric nomadic people. There were no nations to immigrate to.
When something is not on a paper scribed, it's in your logic. You know, you have say there was no nation. You ask the Indians if they was not a nation. The Sioux, all these people.
They were not. No, they were not. The Indians were nomadic, prehistoric, primitive people. They didn't even have horses, and they were nomadic. They did not have nations. They were tribes. Ain't like the cavemen. They were tribes.
Yes, they would be living there before you, and then you come.
No, I didn't come. No, you guys came. The Europeans came. The Europeans came. Your people, the Europeans.
Yes, the crazy evangelicals, what we send away from here, they go to America.
Yeah, that's correct. The Europeans settled America. We tamed it.
Yes, the Protestant extremist.
Mm-hmm. The extremist. Okay. All right. Hey, listen. I got to run for a break, but I appreciate the call. Oh my goodness. That's how they think of us in Switzerland. Oh, let me tell you guys about Dr. Appleton. Oh man, I get such a kick meeting listeners when they come up to me, and before they even talk to me, I know they're going to tell me how Dr. Appleton rid them of pain, because they walk up to me and they have their hand on a part of their body as they're walking up to me. Sometimes it's their neck, sometimes it's an elbow, sometimes it's a hip, sometimes they got their hand on their back, and they walk up to me. They'll walk across a room and they'll have their hand on a part of their body, and I know what they're going to say. I used to hurt here, and now I don't, thanks to Dr. Appleton. That's a great thing. Dr. Appleton's laser wave pain treatment, it works, guys. And it works on every type of pain I've ever heard of. I'm going to give you a incomplete list, but some of the most common pains: stenosis, neck pain, tennis elbow, tinnitus, strains and sprains, sciatica, muscular contraction, lumbar pain, hip pain, knee pain, bursitis, bronchial neuralgia, arthritis, and many more. Some of those he's rid me of. If you've been in a car accident and you have pains related to a car accident, Dr. Appleton's laser treatment works on those as well. Give him a call and say bye-bye to your pain. We've had listeners travel from all over the United States to rid themselves of pain with this laser wave pain treatment with Dr. Appleton. It's amazing. Give him a call and say bye-bye to your pain, like I've done 7 times, thanks to my doctor, Dr. Appleton. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. Remember, appointments are not necessary. Walk-ins are welcome even on Saturdays. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. Okay, let's take another call while we're in break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name's John. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, what's up, Chicago?
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
So, obviously, the world we're living in is a really dark place right now.
Yep.
I am not a supporter of Trump. However, I do have family members who do support Trump.
Oh.
And I think the most important thing we got to do as a society today, regardless what side you're on, is that we all got to have civil, polite conversations with each other about certain things.
Why don't you
political violence is not okay in any form on any person who shares their ideology.
Well, I'm gonna give you the gold star so far of today. You are only the second Democrat that's called me since this tragedy happened to condemn the assassination without any buts attached to it. Okay, I'm against the violence, but this and that, and you're only the second person who's called me to say it that way. So I give you credit for that. But could you and thank you, by the way. Tell me why you don't like Trump. Oh, hold on. Let me answer these calls and you give you a second to think. Why do you not support Trump? What's your beef with Trump? He's going to clean up your city of crime. He's going to come to Chicago and rid it of crime.
It's not necessarily the beef. It's more the rhetoric that's being thrown out.
Like what?
That screaming that it's the radical left that is causing gun violence.
That's true.
And violence in America.
That's true.
What I'm saying, when I have family members that are Trump supporters, I don't think pointing at one political party and shifting the blame on them because of a couple bad apples, right?
Charlie Kirk's assassin was a Democrat. The Minneapolis shooting a couple weeks ago, that was a Democrat. And look at what's going on in your city. Trump's going to clean up Chicago of crime. All those shootings and everything in Chicago, those are Democrats doing the murders in Chicago, right?
I wouldn't say they're all Democrats.
Really? These gangbangers and MS-13ers, they're MAGA?
Not saying they're all MAGA. I'm saying some of them don't even have political affiliation.
Yeah, but the Democrats that run your city and state, the governor and mayor, don't want to end. They want the crime to continue.
And I don't support them.
Well, then you should support Trump. He's going to make Chicago safe. You can't agree on everything, and you can have some issues, that you don't agree with him on, but you certainly support him ridding Chicago of crime, right?
Well, the main reason I'm calling was to basically say that we cannot be using divisive rhetoric towards each other, regardless of what political affiliation you stand with.
All right.
And I don't believe in insulting people that support Trump. And I don't believe in demonizing.
Well, listen,
people
I gotta run because I'm looking at the clock here. But thanks for condemning the violence, and I appreciate it. All right, and call me again sometime. And you're a good liberal. I appreciate not too many of those. Okay, we'll be back in a few seconds. Stand by. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. We'll go back to the phones. Our number, toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is David Bromberg from Tamarack.
Hey, Tamarack.
I just wanted to comment on that last liberal, phony, Swedish Democrat jerk that called in. And first of all, everything he was saying was nonsense. He said about Trump being a dictator. Trump is, first of all, the best president we've had ever. And he made some stupid comment about Palestine. Did you hear what he said?
It was hard because of the it was hard because of the accent. I heard him say Palestine.
He was insinuating that the Palestinians have been there and that they were colonized and et cetera, with that false narrative, completely false narrative, which is ridiculous. It doesn't match history.
Just to tell you,
that's
God,
what the Europeans love to throw about.
God gave the land of Israel to the Jews, and the rest of that business, that's all the European colonists messing around in that region, setting up these fake countries and fake royal families that have caused all this chaos.
Exactly. The whole thing's all false narrative. I could take you, I don't have time this morning, piece by piece, and destroy their entire arguments.
Yeah.
But he was a phony. Yeah. And I don't even think he was Swiss. I think he was just
I think he was German. I think he was German because he mentioned in Germany you would go to jail for that. And I think he didn't want to be, like a lot of Germans, he has the Holocaust shame. So he doesn't want, he wants to pass as Swiss, not German, while he's bashing the Jews. Hearing a German critical of the Jews doesn't sound good.
They should really focus on their own countries about what's happening in Europe in the last couple of years.
And how about
going down the toilet?
And how about Europe stop buying oil from Russia? They're funding the war against Ukraine that they say they want to end.
Exactly.
But they're funding the war machine of Putin.
Exactly. All right. It was great speaking to you, Brian. Have a wonderful day. Say hi to your partner for me.
All right. Calling from the city of Tamarack. Yeah, tiny little town in Broward. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me put everybody on hold. All right. Hold on. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lamar, Nebraska.
All right, Nebraska. What's on your mind?
I'm just curious, like what makes you, why do you feel the need to lie about, what's going on? So, for instance, with the Minnesota, Vance Bolter, you're trying to say that he was a Democrat, but, you can look it up easily and see that he was targeting abortion rights activists.
No, he was he had a hit list with 50 pro-life activists on it. Anti-abortion people, as you would call them. It's been widely reported at the time. I covered the story, and so far as Melissa Hortman, okay, and I have an article that I have put on my X, which you can go read. Okay, Brian Craig Show on X. Melissa Hortman, the Democrat that was sadly murdered by this lunatic, okay, she had just voted to end the health care coverage for illegal immigrants in Minnesota.
All right, hold on. Then that just means, wait, no. Then that just, because you're going off
no, I'm not.
You got one article, right? Because earlier you said the New York Post, right? That's one article. How many more articles say that?
I'm not here. Listen, I'm not going to.
That's one article. That's one article.
It's an article.
Slow down. And that's one article.
Slow down, Nebraska.
Like you said,
slow down.
That's one article. That's one article. That's one article.
Yeah.
And like you said at the beginning of the investigation,
while the story was going on, I'm trying to answer you, but you won't stop. Hold on a second. You won't stop. You won't stop talking.
You wait till the story develops.
Oh my goodness! Is this how they are in Nebraska?
You wait till the story develops.
You
wait till the story develops.
Okay, I can't. I mean, what is this? A broken record? I mean, gee whiz! Johnny Carson's from Nebraska. I thought they were nice. In the shooter in the Minnesota case was a Democrat who had a state level job that he was appointed to by Tim Walz. He had the same job previous to Democrat Walz. He was appointed to by the Democrat governor before Tim Walz. He had no King's flyers in his car when they arrested him. He had a hit list with 50 pro-life activists on it. And Melissa Hortman this isn't just one article. She went viral because I was talking about her. Before the shooting, we were all talking about her in the news because she crossed party lines in the state legislature. She was the only Democrat to vote with Republicans to end Medicare or Medicaid benefits for illegals in the state of Minnesota. That's why he killed her. That's why she was on his pro-life target list. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm Janusz Fischer. I'm from Germany, actually. I want to stand against your claim that the guy from Switzerland was actually from Germany, because you could quite hear that he's from Switzerland. And I also want to stand against your claim that that Germans are afraid to talk against Israel or against Jewish people, because it's two different stories. Like, we have to differentiate between the Israel government and the Jews.
No.
Because the government and the Jews aren't the same.
Listen, I don't want to be rude to I don't want to be rude to you, because I got no beef with the German people of today. However, the reason Israel exists today is because of your great-grandparents and the Second World War and the Holocaust. And Israel is the Jewish state, and it's a place for Jews to be able to live safely and without fear of being exterminated. And the Palestinians are trying to finish what your great-grandparents started, the Holocaust. They want to kill all the Jews.
Stop. This isn't quite right. The Palestinians were there, and they there's a genocide right now in Gaza.
Oh my goodness! I got a German calling me. I got a German on the phone telling me that the Israelis are committing genocide. You got a lot of guts.
Yeah, right.
You got a lot of nerve. I got to tell you. Keep going. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I thought I heard everything.
Because we see and we know, we have this multiple times in history classes. We know exactly what it looks like also to implant the fascist regime. You in the U.S. are not quite far from breaking apart as a nation, to tell you that.
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. America is very united. We are not a divided nation as the fake news media would lead you to believe in Europe. This country has not been this united in my lifetime. We're the most united we've been since the end of since the 50s. Listen, I'm gonna hold on. I gotta run. Hold on. I'm going to a break. I'm going to a break. Stand by. Don't go anywhere. I'm 10 seconds away from a break. So but I'm going to continue with you. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. We'll be back right after our top of the hour break. Don't go anywhere. All right, let's continue. So we got our caller from Germany here. So you're telling me that the Israelis are committing genocide against the Palestinians?
Yeah, right. Food delivery doesn't come through. It gets taken away by Israel government. Ships with humanitarian help gets shot. Kids get shot precisely with sniper shots. It's genocide.
But they're responding to the listen. They used Gaza as a launching pad to do that god-awful attack at the music festival a couple of years ago. I mean, what is Israel supposed to do? Nothing?
maybe they should figure out a way to have both states tabulated, but it's not what they are reaching for.
Listen.
Did you ever hear of Great Israel? What they're reaching right now for?
Listen, Israel, even our own country, the United States, back in the 30s, prior to the war, would not allow Jewish refugees to come here that were fleeing Europe. And I'm not giving you a hard time about being Jewish. I have no problem with the German people today. And the reason that Israel was established in 1948 is so that if a Holocaust ever were to start up again, that Jews would have a safe place to go and live without fear. And Israel is the Jewish state. It's supposed to be a place where Jews can live without fear. And since Israel has been a nation, the Muslims have been trying to wipe them out. And that's the reality of it. And the Palestinians are just a front group for the Iranians that want all Jews dead. And I will say this, though, okay? And President Trump talks about this. Netanyahu has continued this war too long, and he's lost public opinion. He's even annoyed President Trump. It's gone on too long and a little too harsh, okay? And they need to end it because the world is turned against them. So I'll give you that.
Yeah, like what's after that? You want to conquer Gaza? You want to kill all the Muslim people?
As long as,
right now.
When Israel gave Gaza to the Palestinians, and Gaza's been nothing but it's like a launching pad for constant attacks on Israel. And I like President Trump's idea of taking Gaza and making it an international zone that belongs to nobody. That's what I support, what the president supports.
That's the problem. You taking of people like a whole nation, a whole
and
culture.
Yeah.
Also, you take the chance and the land to be its own nation. You say no, you don't gonna have that, and where are they gonna go?
That's right. Hey, listen, you're a very good caller, and we had a really good conversation. So call me again sometime. Make sure you follow me on wherever you're watching me, because you add a lot to the conversation, even though we disagree.
Yeah, before you end,
I've only got 10 seconds. I got to run. I'm on a clock, but call me again sometime. Okay? All right. Take care. Good call. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Hour number 2 has begun. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. All right, we've covered a lot. I'm not going to do any recapping here at the top because people have been on hold from the last hour. So I'm going to go through the calls that are holding over from the last hour, and then I'll do some recapping and bring up some new issues that need to be covered. All right, our number 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Braden. I'm from Texas.
All right, Texas. What's on your mind?
Well, I just heard you talking.
Well, one second here while I'm answering the lines that are ringing off the hook. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Texas. I'm sorry. You heard me talking about what?
About Israel, and I just have a few questions on that.
Mm-hmm.
Being that the Palestinians were there first, isn't it kind of like all of a sudden the Chinese were to come over and take Florida and then say, hey, we always deserve this?
No, the Palestinians were not there first. No, they weren't. No, you're in Texas, right? Are you a Christian? I assume you are because you're a Texan. Okay. God gave the land of Israel to the Jews. We know this because the Bible tells us so, right? So they were there first, and God gave that land to the Jews. You believe in Jesus and the Bible?
I think that gets into a tricky question because is Israel of today the Israel of the Bible, or has Israel become the church?
The borders might be a little different than they were in prehistoric times of the early days, but that's the way it is.
No, I mean the people. Is Israel the people that are there now?
Yeah. Do you know? Yes. Yes. Do you know what makes someone a Jew? What makes someone a Jew? If your mother is a Jew, you're a Jew. If your mother's not a Jew and your dad's a Jew, you're not a Jew. Your mother has to be a Jew. So yes, so the Israelis are Jews, correct?
Well, doesn't that in some way perform and validate our route to salvation?
Well, we do have a different, they don't, Jews, okay, they do not believe Jesus is the Messiah. The Bible's a 2-volume set, the Old Testament and the New Testament. They're waiting for the Messiah still, the Jews. But the Old Testament in our Bible, a huge chunk of that is the Torah.
Yes, of course, and that's where Jesus came.
We believe, and as Christians, we accept the Old Testament as well. And in the Old Testament, we're told that God gave the land of Israel to the Jews. Now, the borders may be a little different now than they were back then, but Israel's Israel, and Jews are Jews, and it's their land.
And I think that's what I push back on. I push back on the displacement of Orthodox.
Oh, so you take issue with the Bible? You take issue with the Bible? Because I thought you were a Christian.
Yes, sir, I'm Christian. I'm not a Zionist, sir.
What does that mean?
That the Jews...
You're not a Zionist? Okay, I'm not a Zionist either. I'm a Christian.
Well, I believe that the church is Israel. That is what we believed for all the way up until 1948.
Say that again?
I believe that Christians became Israel. We are the Israelites.
Okay, that's cool. But that doesn't change the fact, because the reason I bring this up, you said to me at the beginning of this call, the Palestinians were there first. And that's why I said, are you a Christian? Because you're calling me from Texas, I assume, And you said yes. And I said, well, as Christians, we know that the land of Israel belongs to the Jews because the Bible tells us so. So they were there first. No Palestinians back then.
But it's the same people that have been living in that region. After the fall of Judea.
All this talk about indigenous people, there are very few places in the world where you can go and say, hey, they're indigenous to this area, right? Like that guy that just called me from Germany. The original, I don't know how far back that goes. The Israelis, the Jews are indigenous to Israel because the Bible tells us so. They are truly indigenous people. All these liberals who think we shouldn't be here in America, that it belongs to Indians. Well, the Israelis are indigenous. The land of Israel was given to the Jews. That means the land of Israel is where Israelis live. So they're truly indigenous people to the land of Israel, if you believe in the Bible. Now, maybe you're a Christian that doesn't believe in the Bible. But I think you do, right? You believe in the Bible.
Of course.
Okay, so then you believe that the land of Israel belongs to the Jews then, because you are a Bible-believing Christian.
No, not I don't believe
you believe in the Bible, but not that part. Okay. All right.
No, I believe in that part. It's the Orthodox Christians or the Catholics or Christians in general that should be in Israel.
Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right. Hey, listen, I appreciate the call from... Does he sound confused? I think he's confused because he never considered what I just shared with him. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Matthew from Kansas.
Matthew in Kansas. What's on your mind, Kansas?
Yes, sir. Well, honestly, the disgusting assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
That's all that's been on my mind. And I went back to church yesterday morning. And for the first time in a while, and I think the way people are celebrating it and lying about what he's saying is absolutely disgusting. And it's hard for me to process it all.
Mm-hmm. I know it is. It is. I know.
He's a martyr by every definition you can look up.
Yep.
Every definition of a martyr, that's what he is. He spoke nothing but the truth. And now he's dead because of it. And it's disgusting.
It is. He's a Christian martyr. He's an American martyr. He's a MAGA martyr. Yeah. No doubt.
Amen to that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, I mean, I have a lot more to say. I just can't think of it right now.
That's okay. Well, call me back. Call me again sometime. You are a good caller.
All right. Yeah. I listen to him every day, and still mourning him, despite certain people celebrating it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I hear you.
That's all I wanted to say. Jesus loves you all. Amen.
All right. That's a good way to end a call. Okay. Well, let's take another call. What the heck? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? Stanley from California.
Hey, Stanley. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so with Kirk and everything, I think they literally just, they did the wrong person in, and the person that's going to fill his spot is going to be so much more far right that they'll be demolished on every avenue, and they won't get that middle ground to be able to talk anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, it's just going to move the youth movement towards the right furthermore. And I think in the next 20 years, we're going to see a big demographic change in the way we vote and our country's belief. And specifically, just the next generation won't be dealing with this woke mind virus, I guess.
We're going to have the most we're about to have the most conservative country we've ever had. You know, I know a lot of people say the most conservative since the 50s. The country, no, you know, listen, JFK was a Democrat. He got elected in 1960. Eisenhower only became a Republican to run for president, and he had won the wars, so he kind of moved in. The country has never been as conservative as it is today, and that's why the left are acting out like this. This is the most.
They ran out of words to say.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to pick your brain. Did you see anything from Candace Owens at all?
Yeah, I saw her. I saw her show yesterday. She's usually just nuts, but yesterday I felt like she was knowingly lying. She's starting this narrative that Charlie Kirk. People have been saying for a couple of days that Charlie Kirk was killed by Mossad. You know, give me a break. And she was floating this nonsense. And again, you can say anything about a dead man; they can't correct the record. She started this narrative that Charlie Kirk was going to come out and take a position against Israel, and they killed him before he could do it or something. I mean, come on. And I listened to her, and she didn't seem her normal insane stuff. I felt like she knew she was lying. I just heard hesitation as she was talking. It sounded like she was lying to me. Knowingly lying.
Okay.
Knowingly lying. I'm not talking about being mistaken or schizophrenic. I think she was knowingly lying. Why would Israel take out the best friend of the President of the United States, strong supporter of Israel? Makes no sense.
I think the only valid point would be him swaying towards Israel needing to slow down on their actions.
President Trump said
Even
that.
with the five Qatar, they were having a meeting in Qatar and they decided to blow that up.
Yeah. Yeah, and they did an action without telling the president. President Trump's pretty pissed at Netanyahu. You know, and he has he has said several times that they need to wrap this up. They've lost the world opinion. It's gone on too long. Yeah. It's turned into the way that I've talked about it here when it's turning into their Vietnam. They're in a unwinnable situation.
Yeah, and they do need our backing regardless. Without us, they wouldn't be able to make moves like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Appreciate you, Brian.
All right, take care. Thanks for the call. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to reconnect my mic because it's charged up enough now. That fast charger is amazing. I hooked it up to my laptop. It's at 38%. I was down to like 5%, when I got the charger. All right. There you guys go. Now, those of you that are watching with the green screen behind me, if you go to my main stream, where I have my main chat and my main stream, you can see all the video and the articles and everything I share, hear all the audio, all that. And there's a direct link. This is if you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me. There's a direct link in the description of the episode that'll take you to that stream. Okay, we got some time. Let's take some calls. You're on the air. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Ben from Pompano. How
Hey,
you
Ben.
doing?
What's up, Ben?
So, I just want to take this opportunity because you were talking about Candace Owens, and she dropped that absolute crackpot theory about her and Bill Ackman,
Yes.
Bill Ackman, the meeting in the Hamptons. Bill
Yes.
Ackman comes out, immediately refutes it. Andrew Colton, who's been friends with Charlie, I think since high school, or I don't know if that's true, but they're business partners, and they're he's like the second in command. He's come out and refuted it. And I'm just going to say one thing. On the right, we're not like the left. We take out our trash. And the one thing I will not stand for is people linking arms with the same people Charlie Kirk denounced. Charlie Kirk is on record time and time again denouncing the ugliest parts in our midst.
You know,
on the right.
and let me
what
tell
I'm
you
not
about
gonna-
the thing about Candace Owens yesterday. She's nuts, okay? But yesterday when I watched her, she wasn't on some schizophrenic rant. I think she knowingly was lying. The way she was speaking, it sounded like she knew she was lying to me. She was just making crap up that Charlie Kirk can't refute. He's not here anymore.
Yeah, well, guess what? Who can refute it? Bill Ackman refuted it.
Yes.
Andrew Colton, who was the closest to Charlie, refuted it.
But they don't have the platform, right? They don't have the platform or the reach. So, she does and Charlie did. So, you know what I mean? So that's going to float. And there's a whole, I've had several calls. I've had at least one or two calls today. Do you think Mossad was behind this? It's insanity. Did I lose you? All right, I lost him. Yeah, that happens sometimes. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back in 1 minute on the air. This is a radio break, a radio station break. And if you guys have noticed, I've been taking calls during the radio station breaks the last few weeks to keep the show going. And I do appreciate that. If you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. We're going to be back in less than a minute. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening. Let me see here. Where are we? Okay, we got about 30 seconds. And guys, don't forget to keep an eye out for my afternoon show. Oh, you tune in every day. Well, thank you so much. Southwest in New Zealand. Oh, awesome. All right, 15 seconds. I need some cough drops. I talk so much, my throat is getting warm. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Before we go back to the phones, and we've had some great discussions today, and I must tell you, we've had some incredible callers today on the program. Have we not? Yeah. Pretty impressive, really challenging calls. I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You guys have seen my weight loss journey. Since I started the Monday after Inauguration Day, I've lost over 35 pounds. Isn't that something? Over 35 pounds. And you could see it in my face. And again, today, I started, I had stopped shaving. And I stopped shaving because I was kind of lazy about it. But now I realized I was lying to myself. I stopped shaving and was growing, a beard, not out of the laziness from the shaving in the morning. It only takes a few seconds, right? It covered up my fat face, basically. And I've done a couple of appearances lately on TV, and I shaved for them, and I got all these compliments from people about how much younger I look, how much weight I lost, and I realized, hey, why I got to start shaving. I'm shaving like every other day now, every 2 or 3 days, but I'm start shaving because I don't have a fat face anymore. Thanks to Coastal Weight Loss Secret. The Coastal Weight Loss Secret program, you can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. That's right. And I lost about 1 pound a day with no exercise, no medications, no shots, eating foods I would normally eat, and I wasn't going hungry all the time either. Give them a call. And remember, no matter where you're located, Coastal Weight Loss Secret can help you with your weight loss journey. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, back to our very busy phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. My name is Kate. How are you doing?
All right, Kate. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to thank you for your time. So this is my first time tuning in. I came across you and
welcome.
Really interested. You guys were with Candace Owens.
Yes.
So I kind of wanted to make a comment about that.
Okay.
So going through and listening to, other people call in and thoughts on it, I don't know Candace personally. I tune into her show a little bit every now and then, but I'm kind of wondering if I tuned in yesterday, and if she's saying she has receipts and this and that, why not give her the platform to share those?
She doesn't have the receipts. She talked about, Candace Owens hates Jews. She's even denied the Holocaust in the last few months, okay? I mean, she's really lost it. And I think what's happened is, and this is part of it, she had a hard time when she was at the Daily, when she got hired to go to the Daily Wire. I used to be a big fan of Candace Owens, as most people were, And I remember when she got hired at the Daily Wire, I immediately said, this is a mistake. It's going to lead to all kinds of problems. She's going to lose her influence. And what happened to her, she had a rough time over there. And she does not like Ben Shapiro at all. Which I don't like Ben Shapiro, but she had some problems over there. And she's channeled her anger at him and others, I guess, into anti-Semitism. And she's become the most vocal anti-Semite in this country, maybe even in the world today, with the platform reach that she has. And she came out yesterday with this insanity that Charlie Kirk may have been killed by Netanyahu because he had this meeting in the Hamptons with these guys, and he was going to come out condemning Israel, so they killed him. Well, the two guys, I just took a call a few minutes ago. I can't remember the names. If that guy could call back, Ben from Pompano had all the names. The guys that she said were involved in that meeting both said it's not true. It didn't happen. And, of course, Charlie Kirk was assassinated last week, and he can't speak on it. But she's nuts, and she hates Jews.
Well, I will say this. For someone that actually has Jewish heritage, and that goes through, we have cousins that live in Israel. Netanyahu, there's a lot of questions after October 7th. And it's very interesting that a lot of people, that was actually when I started listening into hearing what everyone had to say. I used to be a huge fan of Daily Wire. Huge fan. Huge Shapiro fan. And I will say that it is alarming sitting there when 2 + 2 does not equal 4. Somebody's got to be questioning. So I think my whole thing is, whether or not it's true or not, I am kind of concerned that our party is not more, that there's becoming a rift that it's not allowing people space to speak their mind. And I'm a
Who's
firm
stopping
believer
her?
in
No,
that.
she's not. Listen, let me tell you. She speaks her mind to millions of people every day. Apparently, there's a big audience out there for anti-Semitism, and she's found them, and they found her.
I would ask then if what she's saying isn't true, with Charlie backing away for support for Israel.
He did not.
That is one. Well, he started changing his mind as far as questioning.
No. There has been This is all not. There's been. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's talk. President Trump has talked about this. Okay. What's happened is where there's been some frustration by President Trump, and this is what Charlie Kirk's about, and many other MAGA people, that Netanyahu's prolonged this war too long. He needs to wrap it up. He should have wrapped it up a long time ago. And it's endless right now. He is in a stalemate situation. He's lost. And telling him to wrap it up is not the same thing as turning against Israel. No, that's not true.
Well, I mean, I think like so the question is like, are we aware why he isn't wrapping it up? And I think that's the true question. I think this is where a lot of Americans, unless you have family there, a lot of people, or they travel quite a bit, a lot of people don't understand why Netanyahu, why he really doesn't want it to wrap up.
Yeah, he wants the Palestinians out of Gaza, and wants Israel to take it over.
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's with all the court cases against him.
Maybe.
So
that's true. But being opposed to Netanyahu, you might be right about that. But that's not changing your opinion on Israel.
No, but here's the thing. It has to, in some way, if you do not understand what's going on in Israel, then it's sitting there. There's literally, it is a radical. His backing right now is completely radical.
You may be right about the court cases. You very well could be right about that. Yeah.
They have put so many. They've put quite a few. I think there's like at least two that I know my family members.
telling Netanyahu to wrap it up is not the same thing as turning against Israel. Listen, I gotta run for a break. I gotta run for a break. So I'll give you the last word.
I'll just say I think that it's important for Americans to actually understand what is going on in Israel right now. If you have family, if you have friends, and they're level-minded, they will let you know that Netanyahu, there are so many questions, and he's not a good person, and he belongs in jail. And he should be questioned every step of the way.
Okay. All right. Take care. Appreciate the call. If you're on hold, stand by. Let me ask you this. Are you in pain? Well, if he answered yes, that means you haven't taken my advice, and go see Dr. Appleton and take advantage of his laser away pain treatment. You know, Dr. Appleton and his laser away pain treatment is amazing. He rid me of pain for the very first time 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago. And it was the pain in my right knee that I'd suffered from for over 30 years. It was from a car accident that I had. I was a passenger in a car accident, minor car accident, but still. And I had this pain for all these years. Over 3 years ago, he rid me of that pain. And you know what? It has not returned. In fact, he's rid me of pain 7 times in total, some from arthritis in my hand, injuries falling off my skateboard, and other things. I have retired the skateboard. I don't see Dr. Appleton as often as I used to because I retired my skateboard. Although I'm going to be over there this week because I'm going to record a new commercial with Dr. Appleton later this week. I'll be in the office. But since I retired the skateboard, I haven't hurt myself as much. But if you have any pains that are related to any type of injury, a fall like I've had on the skateboard, arthritis, a car accident, any type of pain, go see Dr. Appleton. The laser treatment is amazing. It works. It's 100% painless. You don't even feel it when it's happening. Dr. Appleton performs all the laser treatments himself, not an assistant. There's no shots, no drugs, no downtime, and no appointments necessary, even on Saturdays. When you go in to see Dr. Appleton, if you have x-rays or scans, make sure to bring them with you if you'd like, because Dr. Appleton will gladly look them over. And I'll tell you, with my arthritis pain, I didn't know I had arthritis. I just know I was in so much pain, I was being brought to tears at night. And Dr. Appleton examined me, and he says, "Brian, you've got arthritis." And I said, "Doc, I'm done." He says, "No, the laser treatment, it works on arthritis." And I was in so much pain, I was almost tearing up, you know. And he treated me, and he rid me of my arthritis pain. Isn't that amazing? It works. Give him a call. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. Go see Dr. Appleton and say bye-bye to your pain. We'll be right back. All right, I got to play this audio. I wanted to play this on the radio, but I can't. There was one clip where JD Vance used profanity, so I'm going to listen to it now. You guys can listen to it with me. because if he uses profanity, I got to know where to stop it. Okay, so if you're on hold, stand by. I meant to listen to this before the show, and I didn't. I was going to play this before the radio show started. So let's listen.
There is no unity.
This is him filling in for Charlie yesterday.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country.
Okay, good. Okay, there's another clip where he used the profanity of what liberals were yelling at his children at Disneyland, and I wanted to make sure if I might play that later in the show on the radio, and I had to make sure that there's no profanity in it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Kobe. I just wanted to get on the air with you and say it's really sad what happened to Charlie Kirk. I didn't support everything Charlie said, but I did support a lot of what he did say.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Yeah. You know, Ronald Reagan said that the Republican Party is a big tent. If you agree with me 80% of the time, we're in the same tent. So that's okay. You don't have to agree with Charlie Kirk on everything.
Right. I mean, I consider myself conservative.
Listen, I'm going to be back in 30 seconds, so you stand by. I'm going to go right to you when we get back, okay? So don't lose your train of thought.
Right,
we're in a radio station commercial. We're going to be back in about 20 seconds, and I'm going to throw it to... Where are you calling from?
Michigan.
Michigan, okay. I'll go to you when we get back from the break. You're just on YouTube now. Okay, stand by. Here we go. 10 seconds.
No worries.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. On the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. There is one opening on our very busy board at 888-465-2631. All right, Michigan, we were talking during the break. What say you? What's on your mind? You were talking about, you didn't agree with Charlie Kirk all the time, but you're saddened by his passing.
Yeah, 100%. It really hit me hard hearing when Charlie Kirk passed. You know, I may not have agreed with all of his philosophies, but I agreed with a majority of what he believed in, and it's horrible what happened to him. And I even watched the actual footage of the assassination, and that was
oh yeah,
horrible and disgusting what that person did.
I'm so sorry I saw that. If I would have known how bad it was, I wouldn't have seen it. I wouldn't have watched it. No one should watch it that hasn't already. You don't want to see it.
100%. If you are not okay with any blood or whatever, do not watch that. I repeat, do not watch it. It is the worst thing you will ever see in your life. Period. Point blank.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt. You know, yeah. Go ahead.
As far as what should happen to the man who did what he did, I believe there should be the death sentence for him 100%. I agree with Charlie Kirk on that matter. He should get the death penalty. Death penalty 100%.
But you know what?
That was messed up.
This governor in Utah, who we find out's had a long-standing feud with Charlie Kirk, you know, even though he's a fake Republican. And the feud was over the governor of Utah's support of transgendered, the sports thing. He was on the wrong side of that. He thought boys should be on girls' teams and such. And I know he talks a good game, but he was kind of bad-mouthing Charlie Kirk yesterday on one of the interviews. I think it was CNN with Dana Bash. And I don't know if I could trust that governor to sign the death warrant of this assassin. So if the death warrant came to this Governor Cox with an X, if it came, that's his name, Cox with an X, C-O-X. If the death warrant came to his desk, I don't think he'd sign it.
I would hope he would, and I would encourage that he does, just because, again, this is what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. I hope we would respect a man's wishes and his views and give this man the death penalty. Because that's what he deserves. I mean, he took a life, so therefore his life should be taken.
You know, I'm very pro-life, and I've even been against the death penalty. I've never advocated against the death penalty, but I've been against it. You know, I'm Catholic, I'm pro. However, and I've revised my opinion since this, that a message has to be sent, right? And I support the death penalty in this case, absolutely, without question.
I mean, I'm 100% with you there. I don't advocate killing, period, point blank. But at the same time, in this scenario, something has to be done. A message has to be delivered. And this is going to be the best way to deliver that message.
It's a deterrent. You know, one of the things that President Trump is doing, I call it the Great America Reset. I mean, we have normal people running the country now. Like yesterday, President Trump had a great press conference in the Oval Office with many members of the cabinet about going into going into, what's the city they're going into? Was it Minneapolis? Were they going to rid of crime? I just forgot. What city are they going into that he signed?
I want to say it was Chicago.
No, Memphis. He's going into Memphis. Yeah, he's going to go into Chicago too, even if the governor doesn't want him. But when he was signing the order to go into Memphis, and he had his staff and his cabinet, members of his cabinet there. And we have regular, normal people running the country now. And what's happened is the left have categorized normal as fascism and crazy. We're the normal ones. The Trump administration are normal people. Charlie Kirk's position were normal positions to have. They're the ones that are the freaks, the geeks, the weirdos, and the fascists. After all, they're shooting people that disagree with them because they disagree with them. You know.
I do want to say a warning to left-wing people who are celebrating his death. There is no way, in any way, shape, or form, that this was right. And if you're going to celebrate it and you think it's okay to post this stuff on social media, expect consequences. You will get fired from your job because, yes, you do have a right to freedom of speech, but your company also has a right not to associate with you.
Well, let me tell people why that's happening, okay? Because there's a lot of confusion about this. I thought you conservatives weren't about cancel culture. If someone is literally dancing on someone's grave like this, because that's what they're doing, literally dancing, some of them, are they competent enough to be working at your company? Would you want one of these lunatics in charge of your business or representing your company to customers or clients? There, people that are right. Celebrating are mentally unstable. Okay, they're mentally unstable, and I would not want some like this woman at Office Depot that wouldn't print up the Charlie Kirk vigil flyers. That woman is not mentally stable, and she was a manager at that location. You're gonna trust somebody like that with the count the money at the end of the day? I don't think so.
I mean, even better still, not only was she filmed and put on the internet to show the world how truly disgusting her behavior was, but she was fired for that behavior and she lost her job, in which case I condone that. Like, companies should fire people who are doing this kind of disgusting behavior because this is a company's reputation you are messing with.
Well, there's a morals clause. Even if you have a contract, like I don't have any contracts, okay? People wonder. I have no contracts with the radio station or Steve Kane or anyone. I'm a handshake guy, you know, and because with contracts always benefit the employer, but any employment contract, no matter who they are, no matter how big they are, it could be, you know, it could be a multi-million-dollar NFL, NBA contract. There's always a moral clause. So if you do something that they deem immoral, they got an out to fire you, and that's vague. A morals clause is rather vague, right? So this is the way it is. And if you're at, you know, one thing you got to understand. This is something I realized. Oh, I don't know, about 10 or so years ago, when iPhones were started to get popular. You know, I've been doing personal appearances since I was a teenager, but I noticed, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, everything I do and say at a personal appearance is videotaped. There's always people recording me. And sometimes out in public, people are recording me, you know. And that's just what people, so you just got to always assume you're being recorded, you know. And if you're at work, you're being recorded, right? And you've got to behave as such. And you got to be, and you got to be on your best behavior, because anything, you know, like, you know, here I am doing this show every day, and I do, I don't know, 4 or 5 shows a day sometimes, and everything I say while I'm working is recorded and archived, you know, and you've got to be aware of that, because, you know, it's not the old days, and there's consequences for your words and actions, and you can argue whether that's right or wrong, but I got to tell you, if it was somebody who wasn't famous, okay. If there was somebody who died that was known to no one, and I had an employee or a manager who was celebrating that death like a lunatic and putting videos online, I would say they're too unstable to work at my company. I could not trust them with the keys to the door or the code to the alarm or access to the money drawer. How can you trust someone that shows such poor judgment?
Right. We're on the same page there, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, to people that are doing that kind of stuff, that's disgusting behavior.
Yes.
It is a psychological problem. Honestly, I feel like they need therapy or something. Or I don't know what they need. Probably be locked up in a nut house, because to dance on someone's grave is a disgusting thing. I don't look at it as a political figure that got assassinated. I look at it as a man who was shot in front of his family, where his own daughter, when she heard the gunshot, ran up to him. If you are celebrating an event like that, something that was that horrific, there is something wrong with
you know, I'll tell you another thing. There is a, yeah, you're right. You know, when we got bin Laden, there wasn't even a national celebration over that. We talked about it, but people weren't like, yeah, we got it. What, you know, typically normal people don't celebrate the death of anyone. Right?
No, and you shouldn't. There's no right to celebrate the death or the loss of another human being.
The only other time, there was one other time that I saw people, there was a celebrating the death of someone, and this was when I was in 11th grade in high school. This was in the 80s, and Ted Bundy was executed in Florida. He was a serial killer. He killed, he did a lot of killings in Florida, but he was a nationwide, so very famous, Ted Bundy. And the state was celebrating. Everybody on the radio, they were calling it, oh, it's Friday, even though it wasn't a Friday. And I thought that was kind of weird at the time. Other than Ted Bundy, I've never seen a celebration of the death of someone like I've seen with Charlie Kirk. I've never seen it. Never seen it.
Not a day in my life have I ever seen anything like this. This is unprecedented in American history.
Mm-hmm. It really is. I mean, think about, when have you seen... Now, I'm not saying that there haven't been people that were happy when someone died. That's happened. Like, somebody might be happy because dad died and they got the money now, right? I mean, there's that kind of stuff. But I'm talking about nationally. I mean, literally, there's like millions of people that have been celebrating
Nationally celebrating the death of a man is something that is unprecedented in American history.
I've never seen it before.
There has only ever been a very limited amount of recorded incidents in American history where that has ever happened.
And like I said, the only other one I can think of is a serial killer, execution. You know,
it is sad that people are celebrating this as if Charlie Kirk, a man who held peaceful debates on college campuses where he held the mic for anyone, didn't matter if it was a college professor or a student or otherwise. This is a man who preached about peaceful debates over violence.
That's right.
And they're celebrating it.
Yeah. Listen, I got to run. Thanks for the call. You made some good points. All right, we're going to take our last break of this hour. So if you're on hold, stand by. After the break, I'll go to the phones. But I want to take a moment to tell you that, of course, this program is brought to you by the great Mike Lindell at MyPillow, who's been a sponsor and supporter of this program for many years. And right now, MyPillow, with our promo code Kane, is having this incredible sale. It's their 3-in-1 sale. You can get the MyPillow sheets for just $29.88 right now with our promo code Kane. And that's any size, any color, even the king sizes. And those are regularly $119.98. Right now with our promo code Kane, just $29.88. The MyPillow towels have been out of stock for a while. They are back. You can get the 6-piece MyPillow towel set for just $39.98 with our promo code Kane. And for the very first time, the limited edition premium MyPillow that has the Giza cotton cover on it. I have these pillows. You can get the queen size for just $17.98 and the king just $19.98 with our promo code Kane at checkout. And the free shipping offer is still in effect as well. All of that is at mypillow.com with the promo code Kane, K-A-N-E, at checkout. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back right after this. Okay, I got to find something here I'm looking for. I was looking for this before the break, and I couldn't find it. I got a mess over here. Okay, that's one thing I need. And there's the other. Awesome. Awesome. If you're on hold, stand by. Let me see what time we're coming back. Okay, let me take a call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie.
I'm listening. I got a lot to say this morning. First of all, I'm going to bring up this Israel deal with Candace Owens, and I'm going to disagree with you with one thing. I don't believe that President Trump or any other top-level that's why they have, by the way, that's why they have top secret stuff. They don't want the public to consume things.
Yeah.
So with a wink, and nod, we have by the way, we have the largest air base in Qatar. And we have the most sophisticated army with the most sophisticated everything. We know when somebody gets out of bed and starts walking out of their front door.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the United States, as far as I'm concerned, the United States knew 150% that Israel was going to do this. And they have to go and say, we didn't know nothing. Because the fact of the matter is that Israel is not going to fly fighter jets and the United States sees them coming and they can't stop them.
Well, what President Trump said, he didn't say that he didn't know. He was asked if Netanyahu called and told him, and he says, no, he did not. That doesn't mean he didn't know.
I'm sure he did.
That doesn't mean that, of course, President Trump knew because our intelligence knew.
And Netanyahu also told him, and Netanyahu's going to take full responsibility for it. He's not going to say, yeah, I called President Trump and he gave me the okay.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, there's a wall up for the Palestinian so-called people that weren't Palestinians up until just like a couple of years ago. There's a wall that they can't get out. You know what wall that is? Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. In other words, the people in that particular area are Arabs.
Yes.
And they're put there for a purpose. They're put there for a purpose because those are the human shields that the rest of the Arab world want.
Mm-hmm.
Put the pit against Israel. Because the fact of the matter is, once again, the people that are ignorant. I mean, this girl called up about Netanyahu. Netanyahu has, you know how many talking about the court cases that this man has. Go ask President Trump about court cases. Okay, now listen,
Richie, hold on. We're in the break, so we're just on YouTube. We're going to be coming back in 30 seconds. So when we come back, I'm going to keep you on, but let's get into Candace Owens. Okay, don't tell me now.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's good talk.
No. Save it till we get back. We're going to be back in about 20 seconds. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. And this new thing I started taking the calls during the break. I kind of like it. It keeps the show going.
I love it.
Yeah. All right, 10 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. All right, Richie the bus driver's on the line. So Candace Owens has this bizarre theory that Netanyahu assassinated Charlie Kirk because he was going to make this big public announcement that he was changing his support of Israel to being pro-Palestinian. And Richie's on the line. You had some opinion about that?
Absolutely. I have a lot to say about that. People out there, the average person that's out in the street today wouldn't even know what guitar is. They think it's just something that a rock band plays.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's number one.
That's it.
So Qatar is one of the richest countries in the Middle East. I mean, they are that's all they have is money. Okay, they have and they have basically they don't have an army. So how do they protect themselves? You know how they protect themselves? It's like sort of like when the mob was active, they were going around taking payments from people. I'll protect you if you and they would in other words, they were receiving money. Qatar is because they haven't got a real army to protect themselves, and they're very affluent. They've been spreading that money all over the place.
Yeah.
The fact is that they I believe, and I can't prove it. Candace Owens has been enriched by guitar, and so is our favorite guy over
Tucker.
there that was on Fox.
Tucker
Carlson has been enriched by guitar, and guitar plays everybody up the middle. Now, the United States says they're our great ally only because we have the air base there. But we know they're two-faced and they're paying everybody off.
Yeah, of course.
It's a payola.
Yeah, I don't know about. Listen, you're not alone in your thoughts, and a lot of people think a lot of the conservative influencers are being paid by guitar, and that would not surprise me at all. I mean, they have more money than the human mind can comprehend. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's everybody's getting a piece of the pie. You have left-wing influencers that are being paid off by people.
Yeah.
People better open up their eyes. We're sitting.
See,
here
Richie, you know what the big secret is? All these forces. Right now, you're talking about guitar and it's guitar, but the way it used to be, the media, they used to always get bought off. They're just buying off the new media now. They don't waste their money on the New York Times or ABC News or something now. They buy off the influencers. Right?
150%. So Candace Owens, as far as I'm concerned, in the tank. She'll make stuff up and I believe that she's got a vengeance against Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, I think Qatar knew that she had influence against.
I would
Ben
not be
Shapiro.
surprised. I would not be surprised about that. And no one's bought me off. I mean, if you hear me do a promo code for Qatar, then you'll know I'm doing ads for Qatar.
No.
But
but
there's been a lot of Israel has been reaching out to influencers, and some of these influencers have been releasing the messages that Israel has sent them. Come to Israel, and then and people have been doing this. But I have no doubt in my mind that the Muslim world is paying off different influencers. Everybody says guitar. I'm sure that there's I don't know about individual influencers, so I'm not going to say. But this obsession with taking these anti-Israeli positions, I don't think is just organic. No.
Not at all. Money talks, everything else walks, and that's the fact of the matter. And I'm sorry for these Christian people that don't realize it. And I just got to bring this up because that lady that called up about Netanyahu, there's a left wing in Israel also, just like in the United States. And they're very liberal over there, a lot of them. And Netanyahu's a conservative right wing. Basically, he'd be like a MAGA person.
Yeah.
That's why Trump loves him. That's why Obama hated him. And people better wise up. There's never going to be a two-state solution over there because guess why?
No.
Because those people want to kill Jews.
That's
and that's
right.
a fact.
I mean, I had a call earlier in the show that I thought I'd heard everything. A guy calls me from Germany. Taking issue with Israel, siding with the Palestinians. And I told him, I said, you got a lot of nerve. I said, Israel exists because of your great-grandparents. You got a lot of nerve, right? I mean, I said the Palestinians are trying to finish what your grandparents started, the Holocaust. I mean, I couldn't believe that call.
The day before the bombing in Qatar, okay? Hamas took credit for, they took people at a bus station, went on buses and started mowing them down, and they took credit for that. You want two-state solution with somebody like that as your next-door neighbor? I don't think so.
They already
Nobody
when Israel gave Gaza to the Palestinians, that was the two-state solution, and look what they did with it. All right, Richie, I gotta run. Thanks for the call. I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. I've been a customer of Friendly Tire, I would say probably about 20 years. And all the cars of my family are on the road on tires from Friendly Tire. At Friendly Tire in Margate, you can get new tires out the door and on the road for as low as $75 a tire. And I want to highlight, yeah, that's right, new tires out the door and on the road for as low as $75 a tire. And that's for common sizes on some of the most common vehicles on the highway. I don't want you to think I'm talking about tires for a Fiat that are like golf cart size. No, for some of the most popular cars on the road. And when I say out the door and on the road, what I mean by that is at Friendly Tire, Friendly Mike, he doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount your tire, or dispose of your old tires, okay? The price he quotes you over the phone, as low as $75 a tire for new tires, that's the out the door on the road price. He has thousands of used tires in stock at great prices too, and he also does tire repairs. Give him a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. All right, back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Taking issue with Israel.
You're on the air.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. Turn the volume down in the back.
I'm trying to get that.
That's a great show you're listening to. It's my favorite show.
Okay.
It's me, if you haven't noticed. Yeah.
There.
Okay. I can still hear myself in the background.
I can't.
Turn it down. That's okay. I'll put you on hold while you're figuring it out and come back to you. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, you asked if I can call in again.
Yeah, you got disconnected before we were done talking, and we have 2 minutes till the break. So I want to be very specific, okay? Candace Owens said yesterday that there was a meeting in the Hamptons with Charlie Kirk and two other people. Charlie Kirk was going to make some big announcement that he was withdrawing his support of Israel, and Candace Owens said that Netanyahu had him killed because of this. And you had some information on the other people that Candace Owens said were in this meeting.
Right. So she has one source. It's this guy named Max Bloomberg. Blumenthal. He's just a blogger. Bill Ackman has come out and denounced this. Charlie Kirk's team, who was literally there, has come out and denounced this. Not only that, Candace, she took one bit of evidence that of a narrative that she's been pushing for months and months and months, and she has just hyper-focused on that when all accounts say it's just not true. She's already being sued by Macron for this, and I promise you there's probably going to be suit coming after this because it was just a bald-faced lie.
Well, you can't slander a dead man. So the other people in the room...
she slandered Bill Ackman.
Oh, Bill Ackman.
Slandered Bill Ackman.
That's true. Do you think that Candace is going to be at the...
Who called in,
yeah.
That woman who called in, I'm sorry to say it, but she's a useful idiot. She called in acting, I don't know, I listen sometimes, but then by the end she had very well-formed conclusions, and she wasn't trying to be inquisitive.
She
wasn't trying to be inquisitive.
That was a seminar caller.
Seminar caller. Right.
Do you think that? Hold on, we're almost out of time. Do you think Candace Owens is going to be invited to speak on stage at the Charlie Kirk Memorial on Sunday?
I would be surprised. I mean, I don't think so. But
I don't think so either.
If she can keep it in wraps, but the people don't understand. They can't beat MAGA from the outside, so they're trying to divide us within. And that idiot seminar caller is taking the bait.
All right.
You need to understand that they couldn't.
All right, we're out of time. Thanks for calling back and getting that out. Okay, if you're on hold, stand by. We're going to take our break for the top of the hour. The third hour is coming up. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the air. We'll be right back. All right, let me try the lady that had the problem. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm Marie from Texas.
Hey, Marie.
I'm sorry about what happened.
That's okay.
I have a couple of things that I'd like to, discuss.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, what's going on with these people that are celebrating the assassination of Charlie? these are, it's shocking to me.
Yeah.
I'm 74, okay? So I've been around for a while. And this is the leadership that this country is looking at. And if we don't start defunding these colleges and doing away with grants, take these grants away from these people that are, these youngsters that are out there celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. This isn't about parties. This is about what are we teaching these people?
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know? For Pete's sakes. I mean, I was a youngster in, I believe it was in elementary school when they blew off JFK's head. That just about tore me up, and I haven't seen anything until we see what happened to Charlie. This is beyond comprehension for this country.
It's crazy.
Okay.
It's crazy. All right, listen, I'm about out of time. I gotta go. The clock's ticking.
Okay.
All right, but call me again sometime. You're a very good caller. If you're on hold, stand by. We're going to be back in 30 seconds. Okay, we're going to be back in 30 seconds. And guys, all this extension that I'm doing, taking the calls, going on during the breaks, adding an hour to the show, some in the beginning, some in the end. That's all brought to you by MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and let Mike Lindell know that his support is, well placed. All right, here we go. The third hour has begun. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. We've covered a lot today, so I'm going to continue with the phone calls. And let me tell you, we've had some of the best phone calls. I mean, we get great calls all the time. But today, on today's show, we have had just a run of superior, very smart callers from both sides of the political spectrum. We actually had a Democrat who, in all honesty, from their heart, condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I've only had 2 calls from Democrats who gave an honest viewpoint that they were opposed to violence. All the other one says, well, yeah, but, I don't need any buts. No buts, no nothing. We actually had a call like that. So the calls today have most definitely been a run of elevated quality callers, and I want to thank you all for doing that. All right, it's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. My name is Brian Craig. The third hour has begun on this Tuesday morning. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Joellen from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, Joellen.
Hi there. So usually I agree with most things that Richie says, but what he just said about Candace Owen and Tucker taking money from Guitar, I mean, where's the proof? Does they have proof of that?
There was people have been hold on. People have been speculating on it, and then a few weeks back, maybe a month or so, there was some stuff. There was like a document floating around on X and elsewhere claiming that Tucker had taken money from. I don't know. I'm not saying that, but it's something that a lot of people have been speculating on. And with the Tucker thing, there was a document they were throwing around. I don't know how accurate it was.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker says he loves Israel. I take him at his word. I believe he's a very stand-up guy. I don't know. But then on a different subject, there's on the YouTube. I mean, there's been a lot of people that have come out and said, we denounced the assassination of Charlie Kirk, them being Democrats, and they're done with the Democrat Party. So I think it's woken up a lot of people. Hopefully that's true.
Yeah, it has.
So
it has.
So anyway, that's all I have
All right,
to
Joellen.
say.
All right, take care. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Rick in Miami. How you doing, Brian?
All right, Miami. What's on your mind?
No, I'm still devastated about everything that happened last week, but that's besides the point. I was going through the TV yesterday, and I put on Candace Owens because, her face is there, so I click it, and she's talking about how Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's death and everything. I was shocked, Brian. I mean, this woman is like, she's off the chains. I mean, she's nuts. She's absolutely crazy. I was devastated that she said that too. I mean, it's like one devastation after the other. It's crazy, man. I can't take it. But I just wanted to know your opinion on that. And I
think
love your show.
she
Thanks,
hates
Brian.
I appreciate God. She hates Jews. I mean, that's it. I mean, she hates Jews, and that's her motivation. I've thought, because she usually seems pretty crazy to me on these. I used to be a big fan of hers, and I thought in the beginning it was that she had such a bad experience with Ben Shapiro that she's channeling her anger towards him, towards Jews. I don't know. But it's sad because she used to be such an important, great voice for the MAGA movement, and she's just gone nuts. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. This is Kyle from Ohio.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, first of all, I just want to say thank you for what you're doing, giving us a platform, and right now, especially in a time of need, giving us a place to gather. Just real quick, the caller from Kansas, you're not alone, my friend. I have heavy hearts and, just anger and despair. So I want you to know, caller from Kansas, you're not alone. We're right there with you. But good thing for us, our president and our vice president, they have our backs. And we haven't had that in a long time. And it feels really good.
It does. It does.
This rhetoric, I watched JD Vance host Charlie Kirk's show yesterday.
Oh, that was great. I watched the whole thing. It was spectacular.
Yeah. He went to an amusement park, and people were yelling at his kids.
Disneyland.
Yelling at him.
With profanity.
And it just, the anger just builds and builds and builds, Brian. And I don't know what to do. And
what you just follow the, I don't want to say, I don't want people to misunderstand this, but what would Charlie Kirk do? He was
exactly.
So that's, you want to model your, Charlie Kirk modeled his entire movement after Martin Luther King's, who modeled his movement after Gandhi. Peaceful. Always be peaceful and nice. Don't be like these monsters. All right, I appreciate the call. All right, let's see here. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on the air.
This is Matthew from Kansas again. I just wanted to say, I have one thing to say. That since the assassination, I just want people to know, to make no mistake, this is a one-sided thing. The left is is responsible for it.
No doubt.
For the slanderous attacks based on not in reality.
Well, it's based on, you see, here's what's happened. The Democrats have lost power. They're desperate to, their party barely exists anymore. So there's a lot of acting out. Hey, listen, it's one call per day. You slipped in, but that's okay. Call me another day, all right? One call per day. We don't have a lot of rules, but that's one of them. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Lady Love.
Lady
from
Love.
The nation's capital.
All right. Lady Love from
the
D.C.
nation's capital.
All right. What's on your mind?
Yeah, from D.C., the Valley of the Beast, right up the street from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, where our wonderful, great, and magnificent President Donald J. Trump is abiding and making the nation's capital safe.
Yes.
Well, I just want to ask you, Brian, are you still standing by the same evil, demonic entities that took out JFK, MLK, took out Charlie?
Yes, and shot the president in Butler. I am, yeah. And shot the president in Butler.
Okay. So we got to keep our eyes on the system, not just on all these distractions.
I'm glad you asked this. Let me explain a little bit here. Okay. If you look, the establishment and the left, the Republican establishment and the left and the deep state and all these people have been working against President Trump and the MAGA movement from the beginning. And the first attack was very mild, okay? The first attack was very mild when Hillary called us deplorables. That was so mild, right?
Yeah.
But if you notice, they've kept escalating over the years, from spying, Stormy, all these things. The lawfare, they arrested the president a bunch of times. Then they shot the president, okay? And then they tried, and then they tried to do it again right after that at the golf course. And now they've assassinated Charlie Kirk. And I watched JD Vance hosted Charlie Kirk's show yesterday. It was 2 hours. I watched the entire thing. And he had some conversations that were fantastical. He had a lot of people in there with him, but with Bobby Kennedy and Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff in particular. And I didn't realize, and I don't think anybody did, outside the circle of D.C., Charlie Kirk was more powerful and influential in this cabinet than you guys realize. He was like Donald Trump's number one guy with everything. I couldn't believe. You can watch that show and they'll go through it.
He's a civil rights leader.
He was working inside the administration from the transition until he died with little things that you and I never know about. And so what I'm telling you is, and this is the frightening part for me, the forces opposed to President Trump, whenever they've done something, they've escalated, right? They arrested him, then they arrested him again, then they got the mugshot. They shot him. They tried to do it again. Now they've assassinated Charlie Kirk. In every instance has backfired on them, and Trump and the MAGA movement has become more popular and powerful. They've never said, okay, we went too far. We red-pilled millions of people because of Butler. We're going to cool things. They always escalate. And this thing last week with Charlie Kirk is an escalation. What are they going to do next? You understand what I mean? They're not done. They're not done. They're in freak-out mode right now because millions of people have been red-pilled overnight because of this assassination.
Yeah, we're going to have to gut it out. Trump is definitely going to have to gut this thing out.
Yeah,
we got to gut it out. But I also want everybody to kind of keep our eyes on the entities. The deep state is what's really behind this thing.
That's right.
And then all the little puppies they got, that are playing in this puzzle, this crazy rabbit hole they're chasing us on in circles that's not making sense. Even with the FBI, they still haven't been purged out. The deep state is still
the deep state doesn't mean because a lot of people will say, well, wait a minute, we got the FBI and the CIA and the NSA and all this stuff. These people, they don't have to currently be in office to do these things. You understand what I mean? These people have been running the country for 200 years. So they don't have to hold the office to do these things. And if you guys go and listen to the Charlie Kirk show yesterday, was hosted by JD Vance from the White House, and listen in particular when he had Bobby Kennedy and Susie Wiles on, and they talk about how involved Charlie was. Charlie Kirk was the number one guy in Trump's orbit, the number one guy. More than anyone, and he was basically the chief of staff. Susie Wiles
that's why he got. Yep.
That's why they took him out. That's why they took him out. Yes.
But it had to be an inside. It's an inside job because who all knew that? We didn't know Charlie.
We know now. They only had like 6 cops there. One of those lunatics that they detained that we saw on TV, he said yesterday he was helping the guy escape. He pretended to be an assassin, one of those guys, to buy time for the real assassin to escape. He said it. He should get rearrested because that's an associate.
We're waiting for the critiqueness of that bullet. That bullet, how now from what I understand.
Now listen, I got to run for our break. But I appreciate the call. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. Mm-hmm. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number is 888-465-2631. I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You know, you guys have seen my weight loss. I mean, I've lost over 35 pounds. You see it in my face. My stomach is flat. I've lost inches off my waist, and I did this without starving myself, eating foods I would normally eat, without any medications, without any prescription pills, without any shots, injections. I can't believe people do all that. And without starving myself, if I didn't mention that. And, you know, with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, you can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Schedule your free consultation right now. Do what I did. Lose all that weight. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, we are back. Let's take some more calls. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, hey, this is Joan from Tampa Bay.
Hey, Joan.
Candace Owens being a Holocaust denier.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in Tampa Bay now, but I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm almost going to be 70 years old. I'm heading to 70. I had friends that were Jewish, and their grandparents, you know, we had multi-generational households. Their grandparents had the tattoos on their arms from being in the camps.
Yeah.
So it happened, and I heard stories from them. So she's full of you-know-what.
I was surprised to hear her go that far. I mean, that was really over the crazy train. I mean, she's nuts. She's completely nuts.
I personally saw the tattoos on their arms that Hitler gave them.
Yeah, you know, when I was in middle school, high school, even out of high school for a while, you know, if you here in Florida, if you go to Publix, they always have these old men retirees that are baggers, you know, and it was not unusual to see Holocaust survivors with the numbers on their arm from the camps at Publix bagging your groceries. It was crazy.
Right. And another thing, all these Arab countries that are around Gaza, they didn't want those Palestinian people coming into their country, even though they were Muslim.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know, Syria, Egypt, they're filled with Palestinians. Most of the Palestinians are in these other countries. There's only the minority that are there harassing Israel. Hey, listen, John, appreciate the call. Take care. I'm trying to take these calls in the order in which they were received. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. This is Steve from Chicago.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, so I heard you talking before about death penalty. I didn't believe in the death penalty, too, especially when I was in the music business and living that whole sex, drugs, rock and roll lifestyle. But studying scripture, especially when I came across Leviticus, it says, you know, if anybody murders you or kills you, if anybody kills you, but the Hebrew scripture for kill is murder.
Yeah.
If anyone murders anyone, he should be put to death.
Yeah.
And so that's what I go by.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe death penalty is fine in this situation.
Well, the reason I've changed my death penalty view on this is because if we don't send a message, things are just going to amp up and get worse. And the leftists have gotten so out of control. We need to cool things off. And they're only going to understand if there's consequences. You know, they've been running around without fear of consequences for so long. You know.
And isn't that been happening throughout the whole world with sin? It's just been growing and growing and growing.
You know, I bet you this assassin is in freak-out mode because he's never been without his Discord group and his internet. You know, I mean, this guy is so addicted to the internet. As soon as he killed Charlie Kirk, after the assassination, he went back to his friends online and started talking to them in the Discord server and confessing to them. Now he's got no internet access. He must be freaking out.
Yeah, but the sin has gotten so awful by time where we are now, that now I really would like to go back to the Bible. And you mentioned you're a Catholic or something?
I am Catholic, yes.
Yeah, so I would figure that's a Christian belief, and that's basically
the Catholic Church is against the death penalty. The Catholic Church is against the death penalty, and I always have been, even before I was Catholic.
Well, I didn't know the Catholics were against the death penalty, but
absolutely.
But maybe I think I'm more scripture-based, so I guess the Catholic Church should be basing it more on scripture.
All right. Well, listen, hey, I appreciate the call. Take care. All right. If you'd like to call in, the number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Well, I'm sure you know who I am, Brian.
No, I don't.
I want to talk about the political stuff that's going on overseas. If you want to, can you talk about that for a minute? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know who you are or what you're referencing. You said, I bet I know who you are.
My name is Brian. My name is Mark, and I'm from Michigan, and I'm calling in regards to Vladimir Putin not only sending attack drones into Ukraine, but he is now sending them to Poland and Romania, which now Poland has filed Article 4 with the United Nations. Are you familiar with what the Article 4 is?
Yes, I understand with the NATO, an attack on. But why? I'm curious. When you said that I know who you are, why would I know you? Are you famous?
Oh, because I run your feed. I'm on your line nonstop, Brian. You just ignore everything I write.
Oh, you're in. What do you mean? Oh, you're in my chat room.
Oh yeah, and you hang up on me every time I call. But now let's get back to the thing.
I'm not going to sit here and take. I'm not going to be quizzed by you. Just share. Oh, now I can. Okay, tell me your thoughts on what's going on.
Go ahead and finish your rant on me.
I'm not.
Quick.
No, I'm not. As opposed to just tell me.
You can rant if you want. If it's going to make you feel better, Brian.
I'm trying to ask you a question. Can you chill?
Okay.
All right.
Well,
now,
this is my question,
what is
Brian.
your?
Okay,
No. Excuse me.
Stop. Let me ask you the question.
Okay.
My question to you is, with Vladimir Putin sending the drones into Ukraine and now sending them into Poland and Romania, Article 4 has been filed with the United Nations, which means all the other nations are supposed to stand up and fight against the country who was attacking them.
Yeah.
Now, by all logic, stop. I'm not done yet.
Well, I see why I've hung up on you, because you never stop.
That's the start of World War III. And what side are we going to be on, Brian? What side of World War III are we going to be on? Answer that question for me, sir.
Well, first of all, President Trump, he was asked about this in the Oval Office, and he said that they didn't go to Poland; they were near Poland. And that's what President Trump said. I heard him say it.
I don't care what President Trump says.
Well, I do.
What they're saying over in Europe.
In Europe,
Brian.
I don't care what they. I don't care what they say in Europe. I don't care what they say in Europe. I don't care.
You don't care because your orange pig tells you otherwise, right? And he hasn't lied to anybody ever, has he, Brian?
That's nice.
He's been totally truthful with everybody, right, Brian?
But this is the thing about Europe. And this is a truth that I can't imagine you would even deny this. President Trump was talking about this on Sunday on the tarmac in New Jersey before he got on Air Force One, that Europe is continuing to buy oil from Russia, which is funding their war machine, and to stop buying oil from Russia to bankrupt them.
They are buying less than 1%. We are buying more eggs from Russia than Europe is fuel.
It doesn't matter. I don't know about the eggs. We got eggs here. We've got eggs here. We don't need. Excuse me. We don't need.
Boycott on Russia.
All right, hold on a second. Now I can see why I've hung up on you in the past. You're just triggered. You're like a hysterical woman. Europe, it's whatever amount they're buying. Europe, who tells us they want Putin in check, are funding Putin's war machine. So stop buying his oil if they don't want to fund his. If the European nations are concerned about Russian weapons coming near them, stop buying his oil and paying for the fuel in those rockets and paying for his war machine.
Well, why is Donald Trump going buying eggs from Russia?
I don't know why we would buy eggs from Russia. Don't we have eggs here?
No, he had to go buy eggs from Russia.
Because so many of our chickens died. The bird flu. Yeah, probably.
Nobody told you that he made a secret back deal for eggs gotten from Russia.
First I've heard of it.
About that, Brian?
First I've heard of it.
I'm surprised you didn't. You need to look that up, Brian, because that is a very real thing, sir.
Yeah.
Why don't you look that up?
I'll tell you what I'll look up. You know what I'm going to look up? I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look up and find out if any inmates, I'm going to look up and see if any inmates have escaped from the insane asylum, okay? And let them know about you if any have, because you certainly sound like one of those. All right, we're going to take our break for the bottom of the hour. And first, though, I want to tell you guys quickly about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, Friendly Tire in Margate has new tires as low as $75 a tire. New tires. He's got all the name brands you know and love, too. He can get tires for any vehicle. You know, it's amazing when I go there, the different types of vehicles I see. I see people in rust buckets. I don't know how they made it. And then I see people in Porsche Cayennes getting tires, and Teslas and everything else, Jags and Vets and everything else. Everyone goes to Friendly Tire in Margate. Give Friendly Mike a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. He's a good guy. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. He also has thousands of used tires in stock. They're very good used tires at even lower prices, but new tires as low as $75 a tire out the door and on the road. 954-977-9445. We'll be right back. All right, so I wanted to play a couple things I wanted to play. I haven't gotten to yet. Hold on. Okay, I wanted to play this. This is Pam Bondi. She was on Fox last night, and she was talking about all these weirdo liberals like the Office Depot manager. Listen.
I think yesterday or today, Sean, a school board member right here in Virginia had to resign because she said horrible things about Charlie Kirk and that he deserved to die. That's horrific. It's free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. But Sean, you know, they thought they could silence Charlie. All of this chatter, all of this hate, they couldn't silence Charlie. What they've done is they have created an army of people. I think millions of young people are coming out of the woodwork now. And I think we're going to see a lot of young women as well being very vocal in their conservative values. And Charlie was deeply, deeply religious. We all knew that. And he wore his faith on his sleeve. And I think you're going to be seeing a lot more young people not be afraid to show their religion and to come out publicly. And I think Erica Kirk has done a great job encouraging young people to do just that in Charlie's memory. They thought they silenced him, and it was the opposite. Yeah. I think yesterday or two.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good what she said there. And by the way, if you're watching the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my other stream, it's the main stream and with the main chat, you can see and hear all the videos and audio that I play. And the direct link to that feed is in the description of this video. You know, they killed these never-Trumpers killed the best friend of the president and a close personal friend of the entire senior cabinet. Of course they're going to respond. And of course it's going to be a tough response. Why would it not be? Why would it not be? Yeah, I got another clip of Pam Bondi I'm going to play after the break. Of course. You know, you killed the best friend of the president, who's a close personal friend of the entire senior cabinet. I mean, JD Vance, he's responsible for JD Vance being the vice president. Charlie Kirk, he's responsible for Bobby Kennedy being in the cabinet and others. You know, and of course they're going to be pissed off and use the full extent of the law to bring these evildoers to justice. They just went too far. it was the Never Trumpers assassinating Charlie Kirk. It was just so insane. It was like when Al Qaeda attacked us on 9/11. It's since there hasn't been an incident this big, this hard, that's hit the American people like this since then. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. It's toll-free call no matter where you're watching. If you're on hold, hang in there. We're back in less than 20 seconds. 888-465-2631. All right, stand by. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. You've heard it's been nonstop calls on the program for days now about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And this is the first coming together moment in this country. It's, tragedy brings the country together, I guess. This is the first major coming together this country has had since September 11th, and the assassination of Charlie Kirk happened on September 10th, right? And after 9/11, the country came together. And now we're doing it again. I guess tragedy does that. But, one of the things that I've seen, and you guys can share this with whether you agree or not, is, the left have done a really good job in the past of just tearing down our country's history and our heroes and icons and making people embarrassed and ashamed of our heroes and icons. And this is the first, Charlie Kirk, this is the first American hero we've had come forward, except for President Trump. But you know what I mean? In a long time in this country. And since they did this on September 10th, this assassination, it's brought the country together like it has never been brought together since, 9/11. All right, let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, never Trumper Steve. No speak to for a while, but today I feel I must. I was going to yesterday, and I said, just keep your calm. You make statements obviously similar to Trump. Now, you made them this morning, and I understand.
Oh, by the way, before you get to that, I just want to announce that Robert Redford died. That's crazy. 89 years old.
How old was he?
89.
How old was he?
89.
And it's hard to relate to the fact that he was 89, right?
I know, isn't it? I know. All right, anyway, never Trumper Steve. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Al Knight, our weekend guy, just informed me.
I think you more or less, you started your show more or less today, and also, of course, yesterday even more so. And you're kind of mimicking Trump. Now, Trump wants agreement from his supporters, MAGA, and then separately outrage from the millions of people who he's libelously accusing of inciting murder by calling them leftist liberal Democrats. Instead of trying to bring the country together, as I believe the governor of Utah tried to do, and you even downplayed even him, because he's trying to make things better. And it's never going to happen if you and I are going to be realistic, because people get paid to maintain the separation between the classes. Don't mind me saying you do it, and even now I'm going blank on his name, who got murdered the other day.
Charlie Kirk.
Not by a leftist.
Charlie
by
Kirk.
One human being.
What?
Right.
Not by a
Charlie
leftist?
Kirk,
what do you mean, not by a leftist?
Say that again?
Charlie Kirk's assassin is not a leftist?
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk was, by one human being, not a whole side of the country. And you try to make it, and Trump does as well. Now, I know why you do it.
Okay, hold on. The reason that there's been that reaction is because millions of your liberal brothers and sisters have literally been dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave on TikTok and other social media platforms. Literally. There was one Democrat idiot that wore the same T-shirt the assassin did and did some vandalism over at the Turning Point headquarters. The Democrats have been celebrating the assassination since it happened, including one idiot that was there in the crowd right in front of him and saw it with his own eyes happen.
Well, sad but true, we still do have freedom of speech. I don't agree with that one iota, but there is freedom of speech. Now you have the Attorney General saying, well, there's one thing, freedom of speech, and then there is hate, and she wants to go over people making statements now.
Well, the hate speech legislation and all, I know you guys on the left made that the law of the land. You didn't think it'd be used against your people. Again.
You're talking about you guys, and we go back to Butler, the attempted assassin in Butler. Okay? In the same sentence, you always say Democrat and they. Who is the they? According to the FBI and the Secret Service, one human being was responsible for it. There was no group. But yet you always say they.
No, there wasn't. There's a deep state. The people that killed Kennedy. Okay? Here's the thing. The two Trump assassins, Butler and the golf course assassin, okay? Both of them had connections to the Ukraine. And both of them were in videos for, was it BlackRock? They were both in independent BlackRock videos. The golf course assassin was in one of their videos on Ukraine, and the Butler attempted assassin, the one that actually shot the president, was in a video they did about teachers and education. They both had Ukrainian connections, too. So, you know, you got a lot of connections between these two guys. It's not random.
Well, the guy who went into Nancy Pelosi's home and hit the husband over the head with a hammer, what was his connection to whatever group?
A homeless drug addict that's living on the streets of San Francisco, that's not a MAGA guy. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, so all people in those groups are responsible for what happened in that house?
That was
just the guy that went in and did it?
That was a different situation than this. This was a political assassination, and these incidents with President Trump were major attempted political assassinations that a lot of organization went into in both of these instances.
I understand. I understand why you say what you say, because your show caters to a certain group. I get that. It's how you make your money. The question is, why does Trump try to sideline us by creating animosity between both of us?
Animosity because Democrats are going around shooting MAGA Republicans.
But Trump always tries to get you off the track and get us focused on something else.
Maybe if Democrats would stop shooting people that disagree with them, we could come together.
The Wall Street Journal comes out with it. Here's why Trump said this before the guy was even caught. Day one, he assumed things. The Wall Street Journal.
Hold on. Before you get to the Wall Street Journal, usually you call in when we're right up against a break, so we don't have much time to talk. This time I got you on out of a break, so we got more time to talk, okay, than we normally have.
Okay.
This is a common thing I've been hearing these liberal idiots say, that President Trump said it was a liberal before they caught the killer, the assassin of Charlie Kirk. Of course it was a liberal. He shot and killed the number 2 guy in the MAGA movement, Charlie Kirk. Of course it's a liberal. You don't have to catch the guy to know that a liberal's the one that did it, right?
Yeah, a single liberal, not the whole liberal group of people, millions of people, are not responsible for it.
Well, yeah, sure they are, because this is how I had a caller yesterday I explained this to. You know, there's been a lot of movies and television shows that are science fiction about going back in time and killing Hitler, right? No, if you go back in time and kill Hitler, think of all the people you could save, right? The Holocaust would never happen, you know, Normandy, you know, and the attempted assassins of Adolf Hitler are viewed as heroes today. They were all executed, right? The left, the media, the Democrats, the left have been calling Donald Trump and the MAGA movement fascist dictators and Hitlers for 10 years. So what's happened is a monster like this kid that assassinated Charlie Kirk, they think they're killing Hitler when they kill Charlie Kirk or shoot President Trump. And no one thinks it's bad if you could go back in time and kill Hitler. You know, because all the people he was driven to. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. So what's happened is the American left, who are still calling us fascist after this, are responsible for incitement of this violence. As an example, there was a girl a couple years ago who was put on trial and convicted to have responsibility in her boyfriend's of taking of his own life because she was texting him to do it. Remember that? And then he did it. She didn't do it, but she was texting him to do it, and he did it. She went to court and was convicted. I can't remember the exact charges she got convicted of, but the criminal court found that girl had responsibility in that death because she inspired it with her text. You guys on the left have been doing that with the MAGA leadership, and that's why President Trump got shot and Charlie Kirk is dead. The left.
You always make it a whole group.
Because you're the ones calling us fascists and dictators.
The guy from Butler, the attempted assassin, he was a registered Republican. Should I be saying, oh my God, Republicans wanted to kill their own side?
He registered as a Republican so that he could vote against President Trump for Nikki Haley in the primary.
Wrong. He didn't vote for the last two elections. It
didn't mean that he voted, and he had multiple I told you about the BlackRock connection that both of the Trump assassins had. The Butler shooter had Ukrainian phone numbers in one of the cell phones he was found with on the roof. Who was he talking to in Ukraine? And the other shooter from the golf course had been to Ukraine and was a mercenary recruiter for the Ukrainian government in this country. Come on.
Okay.
Come on, man.
You and Trump want to talk about this for the next 100 years.
Well, yeah, until you stop shooting. I got to run, but thanks for the call. He's upset with us for talking about what they're doing, which is shooting MAGA people. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number is toll free 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We'll take a break for the Gold Report. We'll come back with your calls. We've had great calls today, but Steve really isn't he kind of an embarrassment? Yeah. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll take our last break and be back with the Gold Report after this. Hey there, it's Brian. We got about 1 minute, and I'll be back with you. All right? Stand by. Now, you guys that are on hold, if I don't get to you when I end the show at 9, I'm going to continue for another segment after the radio show's over, and I'll go back to the phone. So if I don't get to you, hang in there. We got about 30 seconds. We'll be back with the Gold Report. Unbelievable. That's my daughter's cat, Haiku. Hey, Haiku. I don't have time to take you outside, man. You got to wait till the next break. I'm back in 15 seconds, Haiku. I can't take you out now. He wants on the back porch. All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. It's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking this morning?
Metals looking very good, Brian, very strong after yesterday's big close, up $36.50, closing yesterday at $3,677.90. After trading as high as $3,686 the ounce. Silver gained 53 cents, closing out the day at $42.62, while platinum was up $9 at $1,401, and palladium lost $10 at $11.87. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $3,674. Listen to this, all the way up to $3,700. Does that sound familiar, Brian?
Is that the new record high?
Yeah, new record high, and that was the number we predicted for gold to hit.
Wow.
$36.90 right now, $3,690 on gold right now, up $10.10. Silver up 13 cents at $42.75. Platinum up $6 at $1,407, and palladium up $17 at $1,204. So we have definitely hit the $3,700 number that we were forecasting about 6 months ago.
That's amazing. So. With these, we talk a lot about the different sizes gold comes in, ounces, and then the larger bars. But every once in a while, especially at these prices, I like to talk to you a little bit about fractional gold, because you can buy gold and less than an ounce to make it a little more affordable, even at these incredibly high prices for most people. Can you talk a little bit about fractional gold and what fractional gold you have and recommend people buy?
Yeah. Fractional gold comes in, as far as the coins are concerned, 1/10 ounce, 1/4 ounce, half ounce, and of course the 1 ounce. And some do not even in some of the countries make a 1/20th of an ounce gold coin. We also have gram bars from 1 gram, 5 gram, 10 gram, 20 gram gold bars. So there's multitude of different sizes and shapes that you can acquire. Regardless of the price of gold.
Yeah, and a couple benefits of the fractional gold. Obviously, it's smaller, so you get a 1/10 ounce. It's a 1/10 of the ounce, or smaller than that, or quarter, half, or whatever. But if you need to cash in some gold because you need money for something, you don't have to unload as much if you have the fractional gold, right? And especially at these prices, a 1/10 ounce of gold is a lot of money. It's great. It's amazing. Listen, give William Youngerman a call and talk to him about fractional gold, because it's pretty cool. And those coins, by the way, William Youngerman, come from the major mints, like the American Gold Eagles come in all those fractional sizes.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. All right. The number is 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010. The address, if you want to stop in, is 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, immediately east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto. And you can find both William Youngerman's address and phone number on his website, williamyoungerman.com. That's williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day.
All right, you too. All right, there's one opening on the board where William Youngerman was at. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian, Vincent Wellington.
Hey, Vince, what's up?
Yeah, it's a tragedy that we're going through this with these liberals that don't even see their own faults in this, They don't take any reflection, and that reflection comes from the right side of the world. The reflection on the left is never. They're always defending their side, even when it's somebody clearly infected with something that they've spewed for the whole 10 years,
Exactly.
And every day it just continues on. You got Joy Reid and all these people that are going to lay cover for all of these people that do horrible things in this world, and it's all for their agenda. And that's the deep state that we're talking about, the one that's infected our media, infected the pillars of all of the branches of government. The reality is that we're watching a monster on display like the Kraken,
No, it's true.
And that's what Never Trumper Steve doesn't realize, is that what happened to us, it took us a couple of days to kind of wake up from it, but it's a turning point, and everything has meaning. And when you name something, it gives it life. And they don't realize that reflection.
Well, you're so right with everything you said, but Never Trumper Steve, he thinks he's intellectually superior, and he thinks he can get some narrative going. He thinks he can get some narrative going. That's just not going to happen. It's all of a sudden not political. But every MAGA person should be judged by the J6ers, who killed no one, right?
And they all judge us based off of nothing. They all acted like January 6th was something where a bunch of people got together. I was there. I saw it all with my own eyes.
It's called a tour group through the Capitol is what it was.
Right. It was exactly that. It was people that had never been there that wanted to see our Capitol.
What blew my mind? I'm watching the footage inside the Capitol building, and I'm watching these insurrectionists walk between the velvet ropes.
a flag.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You're going down the carpet, they got the vote, like at the bank. You know, since when do insurrectionists walk in a straight line between the velvet ropes? Give me a freaking break.
I'll leave you with this. So it'll hopefully kind of trigger these people. The only sign that I carried that day was Jesus saves. And that's the only sign that Kirk ever carried.
Yeah.
You know? And that's the sad part, because he wasn't just a Trumper. He was a Christian. He was a man that cared about people, and he gave you a voice. And the only reason why they came after him was to take his.
You know, I knew he was Christian, but I didn't realize that was his primary focus of what he did. I didn't realize that.
That's all that this MAGA movement really stands for when it comes down to the boiling point.
When he invited me to that turning point, I was so impressed at the people I was meeting. I guess I didn't listen too much. I mean, him, Tucker, the president, and Megyn Kelly. I was like starstruck. Matt Gaetz, all the Anna Paulina, Vivek, and I guess I wasn't listening. I was so excited. I was mostly on my phone. Guess who I just met? I wasn't listening as much, but when he was. I talked about this a lot. Charlie Kirk is a Christian martyr, a MAGA martyr, and an American martyr, and
exactly.
And that's a fact.
And that's the only one in my lifetime that has anything that can come close to an MLK moment or a JFK moment. I don't know if JFK was a Christian, a Catholic. It doesn't.
He was Catholic,
but in the realm of things that matter, there's a hand of God behind every leader of every movement, and that is why they wanted to take him out.
But you know what? I was talking to a caller earlier, the call from D.C. Everything the left has done is to try to shut down the MAGA movement, and everything they've done has made the MAGA movement bigger, from the deplorables to this. And when they shot the president in Butler, and he got up and said, "Fight, fight, fight," millions of people were red-pilled on the spot, and they still tried to shoot him again. Right. And now they did this. So I've never seen them, and we've seen the country even turn more MAGA since this. We've never seen these evildoers say, we should cool things off for a while. The country's turning against us. They've always escalated. So this crackdown that's going on by Pam Bondi, the president, Pete Hegseth, and others, it's because they have always escalated after every god-awful event. It's got to be stopped. And so they're going to have to crack down on this, whether it's hate speech laws that the liberals put on the books, removing people from military posts that are saying inappropriate. It's got to be done, because if we let them get away with it, what are they going to do next?
Yeah, exactly. I got just one question about the radio stations. When is it going to switch to where Broward has another,
We're picking up a new station in Broward, and I know the signal, but I'm not allowed to tell you yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's going to be any day. Any day.
Okay. All right, no problem. Thanks,
all right?
Man.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right, take care. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike in Palm Beach.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, I just wanted to comment. I wasn't going to call today, but this guy Steve's the perfect example. My liberal friends, I was talking to a young girl when Trump gave the abortion back to the states, and she was talking with me in Facebook Messenger, and I said, are you really for abortion up to the day of birth? And she says, oh, no, that's crazy. I'm not for that. Well, if you look at all these things that are coming up, are you for illegal aliens by the millions coming over the border and bringing fentanyl into the United States? Oh, no, I'm not used. That's not for me. I'm not far left like that. Oh, are you for drag queens doing story time with third graders? Oh, no, I'm not for that. That's crazy. That's a far left. Are you for, you could go on and on with this list of things that is literally blankets the Democrat Party, but you can't find anybody that's other than blue-haired people on Facebook spouting out that are going to say that they agree with that. Mm-hmm. It's like across the board. You can't even find a Joe Biden voter. You can't even find a Democrat. Even the liberals that are hardcore Democrats, oh, no, you think I'm a Democrat? Oh, no, that's crazy. Just the guy the other day, you just asked him, are you gay? Well, no, why would you think I'm gay? Because you're literally talking like the homosexual talking points.
Yeah.
So these people just never want to admit, hey, what do you think about completely eliminating gasoline engines within the next 5 years, and we can only drive electric cars? Oh, that's crazy. We'll never do that. I mean, it's the gas stoves. You want to get rid of gas stoves. It's across the board, and what I think conservatives are realizing. Thanks for taking my call, Brian. That's the guy Steve really upset me because he was trying to push your buttons on something that is literally what he calls in every day and does to you. I mean, this guy calls you just like the Renee. I mean, they call you up, they attack you, and then just like you said, when we're talking about all these attacks, they start attacking about the attack.
And Never Trumper Steve, he has not called since before the assassination. He thought enough time was passed that he could try to get some political thing going about it, but that failed. He looked really bad.
And they're trying to switch this to make it they want to back out of this so bad. They are so petrified that they look like a bunch of murderous, just law-breaking citizens, people with no conscience. And the people, they're starting to wake up, like Steve sees it. Oh, why are you trying to lump us all into one group? Because you're a Democrat, dude, and that's what all these people across your board that you vote for. Oh, I didn't vote for them.
Well, they've had millions of people. When I say literally dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave, they're making videos dancing about it and put them on social media. Sometimes even the music.
Yeah, but
they're literally dancing on his grave. The Democrats.
Yeah. Yeah, they realize how many people are getting driven to the conservative right and to the Republican Party, and I'll end on this. And I think you kind of disagreed a little. I heard you yesterday, but I'll say I think Charlie was set up to be the next president, vice president. Maybe somebody might have gotten word behind closed doors as to what they were preparing him for. Because honestly, I don't know if anybody. You know what
I think they did it for. I think they did it because they believe. If you go and listen to JD Vance. He filled in for Charlie Kirk yesterday. Listen to the parts where he talked to Bobby Kennedy and Susie Wiles, and you'll see how involved Charlie Kirk was behind the scenes at the White House. They think they got a chance to take back the White House without Charlie Kirk endorsing and organizing for the second MAGA president. This is all about retaking the White House. Telling you, they
younger generation, their younger generation that they thought they had in the bag.
Yes.
And watch another strong black conservative come up and start reining in the black Americans, and then
listen. I gotta run, but call again. You're a very good caller with passion, unlike some of these dregs.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, take care. If you're on hold, hang in there, okay? But I want to talk about Mike Lindell and MyPillow. Right now, Mike Lindell is having this incredible 3-in-1 sale. With our promo code Kane at checkout, the MyPillow bed sheets just $29.98. Any size, any color, even the king sizes. They're normally $119.98, just $29.88 with our promo code Kane. The MyPillow towel sets, they're back. Get a 6-piece MyPillow towel set with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, for just $39.98. That's a big discount, by the way. Oh boy, sorry, I had to cough. And for the first time ever, the limited edition premium MyPillow made with the Giza cotton on the cover is just for the queen size $17.98, the king just $19.98 with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane. Also, the free shipping offer is still in effect, so go to mypillow.com and use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, for huge savings and the free shipping. All right, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. I'm Brian Craig. Thanks for tuning in. God bless America, and God bless Charlie Kirk. All right, we're clear. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to continue. So if you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
Hey, Brian. Henry in Boynton Beach.
Hey, Henry. What's on your mind?
I'm trying to mute the TV, but...
Okay.
There we go. Hey, I just listened to that guy, Steve, and they just keep running January 6th into the ground, and now they try running the Epstein files into the ground.
Yes.
Bottom line is that they have nothing. And when we talk about they, you nailed it. It's the deep state, but it goes farther. It goes farther into the Democrat Party and into the liberal left.
Yeah.
Now, as far as this, and I want to stop referring to this guy Tyler, whatever his.
I just call him the assassin. I don't use his name.
People are calling him a kid. He's a man.
No, he's a monster.
He's a 22-year-old man, and he was conditioned. He was conditioned to do this. I don't know if you want to call it a Manchurian candidate type thing, but if you notice something about Antifa, they haven't gone to the streets. They haven't gone to the streets. They're doing stuff in the background now. They know that they can't win in the streets.
They're gonna. President Trump's talking about it. They're gonna go after. They're gonna take Antifa. They're gonna shut him down. And Soros.
Yeah, with RICO.
See, they made a mistake.
They have to.
They killed the president's one of his best friends, who's also a close personal friend of all the senior cabinet. What did they expect to happen? They killed a member of their family. What do they expect to happen?
The other thing is that they're actually getting more sophisticated. I hate to say it, but Charlie, God rest his soul, he wasn't old enough to be president in the next term.
No.
But they knew that 10 years or 12 years down the road that this man would be president.
Maybe,
and that would be a fact.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And I just hope that we're truly at the turning point, that this turning point lasts through these midterms, because that's where we really need the support.
Well, look at how much support. Look at how much support. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
They have playing cards, assassination playing cards.
Oh, my goodness.
That they're hanging on poles.
Oh, really?
JD Vance is the queen. Donald Trump is the king, and they got the target, and they have.
Well, that's illegal. That's illegal.
That's
illegal. You get arrested for that.
We have to go after these people. I know that it's something that's probably far-fetched, but this is what they're doing.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing. They're creating, and I'll call them Manchurian candidates. They're creating these drone
the way I've been explaining it to people to try to take it. For 10 years they've been saying that the president's Hitler and his people around him are Hitlers.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks it's a bad thing if you went back in time and killed Hitler. So this Charlie Kirk assassin was like 11 or 12 when Trump came down the escalator. So they've conditioned them and brainwashed them into thinking they're killing Hitler.
I completely 1,000% agree with you on that. They've been children and they've had this poison pumped into their minds since they were old enough to understand.
That's right.
And they're growing up to be these young men and probably women that are willing to take this shot at any one of the conservative movement. Now, for me, personally, I believe Charlie was anointed. You're right. He's an American martyr. He's a Christian martyr. I totally believe it. But at the same time, we're at such a loss because there's such a void that it's going to be so difficult to fill.
Oh, yeah.
This guy was irreplaceable.
Well, JD Vance talked about it with Susie Wiles. They're going to have, and President Trump made a mention in the Oval Office. Charlie Kirk's wife isn't going to be taking over. Okay, she's going to be more of a figure. And with Susie Wiles and JD Vance, when he was filling in for Charlie Kirk, got into the details of it. They're going to have. They agree that there's no one that has all the qualities that Charlie Kirk had. Right, the ability to debate, the charisma, all this stuff. They're going to have a few different people that do different things that he was doing. Right. Like they'll have a debater or two, and they'll have this person and that person. And then yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump, when in that little press conference with the Memphis signing, he said, Turning Point will go on, and Charlie Kirk's widow will be a part of it. I thought that was a part of it. So they're kind of nothing against her, but she's going to be she's going to be kind of like a figurehead, the queen of Turning Point,
which is correct. I 100% agree with that as well. His partner, is it Boyd? the one that they're still going after,
Yes.
Charlie's partner.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play a big role too, because Charlie was an amazing person, an amazing man, but knowledge-wise, debate-wise, faith-wise, but he also had a hell of a team behind him.
Well, President Trump dropped the other day.
He was surrounded by great people.
I didn't realize this, but President Trump said the other day, over the weekend, that Turning Point USA has an annual operating budget of $200 million.
Oh yeah,
which is gonna explode to even much bigger. So they
had 38,000 chapter requests.
Yeah, so it's a big operation. It's more important than I think any of the general public in the MAGA movement realized. And the Trump organization is already taking it over. They're not going to let the RNC. It's going to be kind of like the new RNC.
Yeah, I think Don Jr.'s got a huge part to play with that as well.
Yeah,
because he and Charlie were like brothers.
Yeah, it's pretty. So you go and watch that JD with Bobby Kennedy and Susie Wiles.
I started watching it and I got a couple of calls. I got distracted. I'm going to go back and watch it today.
Those two segments, the Bobby Kennedy and the Susie Wiles segment, those are the two where they get into the details of what Charlie was, especially the Susie Wiles, what Charlie was doing all this time. And what they're going to do with Turning Point. I was surprised that they were so forthcoming.
With the organization.
Oh my goodness. It was really like like being in a secret meeting.
Well, Don Jr. said it the other day in an interview. I don't know if he was on Fox or it might have been on Newsmax. He said the budget went from, I think, like $100,000 when Charlie was like 18 and sleeping on people's sofas when he started it, to 200, and Don Jr. said 200 million.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm gonna run, but call me. You're a very good caller. Call me again sometime. All right.
All right, Paul. God bless.
All right. Take care. If you're on hold, hang in there. I want to tell you guys before I go back to the phones. I've expanded what I'm doing a lot. I'm sure a lot of you have noticed. Okay. I've added an hour to the morning show. And I've been doing the afternoon show as well, and that is all sponsored by MyPillow. I didn't announce that because I wanted to make sure that energy-wise I could do it, right? So I spent a month doing it, and then so now it's official. Mike Lindell and MyPillow are sponsoring the extra hour of the morning show, the afternoon show, but also if you've noticed, I've been doing the show during the breaks. Right? During the commercial breaks on the morning show, I've not stopped. I've continued to take calls and keep the show going. That is all sponsored by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So, it's a major escalation in their support. So please go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and let Mike Lindell and MyPillow know that their sponsorship is money well spent by you guys supporting them. So go to MyPillow.com and use our promo code Kane and let them know, okay? And I didn't do it lightly. I did this for 3 weeks, a month, and then I said, okay, I can maintain it because I didn't want to make a deal and then find out, that extra hour is killing me and that afternoon show, I can't do it. But I'm doing it. It's been working out well. So go to MyPillow.com and use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, because they are supporting all of that, including keeping the show going through the breaks. And let me tell you, it's tremendous because, I do a live stream before the morning. I get my coffee. I've been going live at 5:20 a.m., right? So I've already done a half hour to an hour show. Then I come on at 5:20 a.m. before the radio show, keep going during the breaks, and then I'm doing the show in the afternoon. So it's a tremendous investment of not just my time, but my energy to be able to do it and maintain it. Okay, so go to MyPillow.com. Use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, so that Mike continues the sponsorship of all this extra effort that I've been doing. Okay, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Jay from Jersey.
Hey, Jay, what's up?
Well, I think there's a lot of, outrage in the country right now. And I don't, I understand the whole situation. But outrage should be from both sides. Hold on, your phone. I still got you running in the background.
That's okay.
All right. So There was a black boy hung in a tree in Mississippi yesterday. And I'm pretty sure it was like a revenge sort of thing. Don't you think that outrage should go both ways?
I'll look this up. Hold on. Tell me. I'll look this story up. Where was this at?
It was in Mississippi at Delta, not Delta. It's the same name as a airline.
Well, I mean, that's an unusual crime. Okay, I just pulled. I don't know anything about this story. I just Googled man hung in Mississippi, and I got. Let me see here.
It's at a college.
Okay.
At Delta College.
Okay. I'm going to read this story. I know nothing about it. Okay, until you told me. Bolivar County Coroner's Office has released a statement late Monday, September 15th, in response to the death of Daymar Travion, Trey Reed, who officials said committed suicide on the Cleveland campus of Delta State University. That was he took his own life, sadly.
His arm was broke, his leg was broken.
The medical examiner said he took his own life. I don't know, but that's in the local paper. That's in the Clarion Ledger. The medical examiner said he took his own life. That's a sad thing. I can't imagine a guy, 18-year-old child. I don't know how bad his life was, but that's a sad thing.
So see, that's another thing. He was 22 years old.
Well, I said 18. It says here he was 21.
He was 20?
The president of the university said he was 21 years old. No evidence of foul play. The coroner, the autopsy determined that he took his own life, sadly.
And he broke his leg and his arm and then still got himself up in a tree?
Let's see here. At 7:32 a.m., the Boulevard. I'm reading the article. I never heard of this till you told me. I'm reading the article in the local paper. This is from the Clarion Ledger. Okay, at 7:32 a.m., the Bolivar County Coroner's Office was notified by the Cleveland Police Department regarding an unresponsive individual on the campus of Delta State University at 8:08 a.m. Representatives from the coroner's office arrived on the scene, observed an unresponsive subject who was hanging from a tree. The statement reads, "At this current time, we're conducting a thorough death investigation. Based on the preliminary examination, we can confirm that he did not suffer lacerations, contusions, compound fractures, broken bones, or injuries, or any indication that there was an assault. There were no broken bones."
His parents said that his leg was broken.
The coroner said there were no broken bones. They examined him. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just, you told me about this. I pulled, this is the local.
All right, well, okay, so you just like we just discussed it, no big sort of thing. You read the thing, they're saying one thing, it's another, because you do know there'd be more than one story. Like, it's never happened before, like, wrong story.
Well, you called in to tell me that what you called. Listen, this is what you wanted. You wanted to promote this thing that you believe that it was a. You wanted to say that. Hold on a second. You wanted to.
No argument.
Okay, but you wanted to say that this was a lynching, and it wasn't.
It was a lynching
by himself. He took his own life.
You can't get in a tree with a broken arm.
He didn't have any broken bones, the coroner said. There were no broken bones.
Yeah, I don't understand why they call him that situation.
Because they examined the body and they said there were no broken bones or lacerations or any indication that there was a struggle or it was. It's sad no matter what.
I'm not going. Okay. That's it. I'm not.
All right. That's it. He's okay. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Barbara in Baltimore. How are you?
Hey, Barbara. Good. How are you?
Well, I was doing pretty good. I heard your caller who asked the question, who is they when you refer to they? I think his name is Steve.
Never Trump or Steve. Yeah, never Trump or Steve.
Well, they is him. That's who they are. Him and his ilk.
Mm-hmm.
Maxine Waters telling people to get in their faces. If you see a conservative, Republican eating, get in their face. Tell them you don't want them there. That's who they are.
Yes.
These same people who try to hide Now they want to hide and act as if they're innocent. No, they are not. Those people dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave is a shame before God. That is a shame before God. And you know who else they are? Some of these black preachers who are calling Charlie Kirk a racist. You know, I wondered, why is it that the black race just can't seem to get ahead, can't seem to get up out of their own muck and mire? A lot of it has to do with what they're feeding themselves in these churches with these venomous, hateful, racist preachers.
Yeah.
They need to get up, take their pocketbooks and walk out of these churches. We have one of them who was here in Baltimore by the name of Jamal Bryant. I'll call him by name. He's pretty famous. And now he is in Atlanta after leaving impregnated people in his congregation while married.
Oh, my goodness.
He had to leave Baltimore.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. Now he's leading another mega church, probably wearing his $1,500 shoes and driving another Bentley in Atlanta and spewing absolute racist hatred from his mouth in church this past Sunday. And I am so glad that President Trump and his administration is going to take apart these terrorist organizations. That's what they are.
Yeah, they are, and they've got to be shut down because they're just out of control. Yeah, you're right, Barbara.
And I'm so glad that they're being fired in the school. These teachers have had our children. They've had our children over the last 10 years and molded them into anti-American people who don't love their country and appreciate it. And
Yeah, I know.
And as for the story of the young man that hung himself. He hung himself, okay? Jay or whoever that was. There was no contusions, no nothing. I read the article.
Yeah, he was speechless when I read through the article.
Yes. And it's, because thank God we've got the internet so that you can disprove it. The church that I visited on this past Sunday, the preacher there said that Charlie Kirk said that slavery should not have been abolished. I said, that's a lie. He didn't say that.
Oh, my goodness.
And he didn't.
But a lot of these people that say these things, some of them are lying and some of them think it's true. There's a mixture of both.
Well, the story, what Charlie Kirk did was made an analogy about how about crime and how black people are still enslaved in their communities. They can't go anywhere and be safe.
Yep.
That was the analogy, and from that, it just went into, wherever the left wing. So that's who they is, Steve. When you talk about they, you look in the mirror. You're a part of that they, and anyone else. But the Democrat Party is losing supporters. There is a black conservative, and I'm sure you may know him, Officer Brandon Tatum, who's a very good friend of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And I watched him cry, and really, really heartfelt distress about what has happened to Charlie Kirk. And I feel it myself. I only saw him once at CPAC, but he's a powerful man, and I've listened to him, his speeches. He is not replaceable, but his movement will not die. We're going to have 1,000 Charlie Kirks before this is over.
Absolutely.
And the Republican Party is going to rise. We're going to have a conservative country. We're going to have a center-right country, which is how we were founded. And that's where it's going to head. Because black folks are definitely waking up. And a lot of young white liberals watching this are horrified. Because I've seen them on their TikTok.
No
they
doubt.
They are horrified by what has happened. So thanks for letting me get that off my
No,
chest.
not a problem. Good to hear from you. Call me again. Take care. All right. Let me take another call or two. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Name's Robin, calling from Missouri.
Hey, Robin. What's up?
Well, the difficulty I'm having with Charlie is the fact that Jack Posobiec said on the show the day after his assassination that he had talked to Charlie about beefing up his security, even to the point of bulletproof glass. And he said that Charlie just dismissed it because he wanted to be close to the people, and I get that, and that's sweet, but it's too costly, and we know that now. It's too late for Charlie, that can't.
Well, let me tell you what happens, okay? Because I don't want you to I don't want you to think I'm putting myself on that level of Charlie Kirk, but I just explain. All of us that are public people that are conservatives, you get threats all the time, and sometimes I mean I've been assaulted by people, listeners. I've been attacked physically, and I've had to go to the hospital, and these things happen, and we don't talk about them a lot. They happen to all of us, and what happens, they scare our families, but what happens a lot of times to people like Charlie Kirk, to me and others, is it happens so much, you just, another day at work, got another threat. You know what I mean? You know, I had a guy call me on the air not too long ago, and you know, we're on a delay. Thankfully, he was trying to give out my home address. Okay, on the air, you know, and I've I've had some things happen pretty bad, and everybody has. So it happens so much, you just get numb to it. You know, I'm just talking to people. You know, and that's what happens to people like Charlie. There'll be a change. I mean, me personally, again, I'm not trying to turn this into myself, but I tell you a couple of things I've done. The radio station has gotten me security detail at the radio station, which I've never had before, on top of the alarm systems and everything. And I can't tell you what the security is, but it's intense team. I mean, this is like, I'm almost embarrassed at the level of security. Those of you that watch me on YouTube regularly, you notice on the weekends I go to Starbucks and I do live streams at Starbucks. Did you notice I didn't do that this weekend out in the open? I stayed in my studio. Yeah. And I won't be doing that. You know, it's you know, I'm taking precautions. So thank God. Well, there hasn't been a political assassination since Martin Luther King. And
yeah, but the outside attempts. So my opinion is, don't go outside for anything anymore. Do them inside, and if they have to have everybody checked, which they should, go through a detector, whatever the case may be, then they need to, because I love MAGA Republicans. I love you and what you stand for, and the cabinet and the president, the vice president, and I don't want any more of this, because it really breaks our hearts. You know, I mean, Charlie felt like a combination of a son and a brother to me. And, you know, sorry to get emotional, but not to mention his wife and his precious kids and his parents, his sister, her side of the family, nothing but devastation. And I did get upset with him for a moment over when Jack Posobiec said that he had discussed it with him. It did really bug me, you know. So I understand what you're saying. You're going through it all the time. If you know, and there's only so much. I understand even the affordability for something like that is astronomical to beef everything up. I get all the aspects of it, but I don't care, because the funeral and the devastation.
Well, look, you know, but then there, you know, see, President Trump has Secret Service, but they, you know, and he'll have that for life, and he's a billionaire, so even if he didn't, he could afford it on his own. It's incredibly expensive, and you know, and if you knew I mean, you know, listen, Charlie Kirk, obviously he knew he was a connected guy and important, but he didn't think he was somebody that they didn't just kill Martin Luther King, they killed Gandhi, right? These were peaceful people, you know, and that's, you know, they shot Gandhi too.
Well, I am relieved to hear what you're doing. I am completely relieved.
Well, and where are you calling me from?
They don't like the truth that you tell.
No, they don't. Where are you calling me from?
They don't want the truth.
Where are you calling from?
Pardon?
Where are you calling me from?
From Missouri.
Missouri. Well,
from Missouri.
Okay, just this last week in Florida, we have open carry is now legal in the state of Florida. It goes into effect in about 10 days, maybe a little less, you know, about 9 or 10 days. And I've never carried before. a concealed weapon.
Yeah.
And I haven't carried a concealed weapon for two reasons. One, the Florida weather, we don't wear clothes that it's hard to conceal a weapon and dress comfortably in Florida because it's so hot, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
But now that we have,
Sure.
and I always thought that if I had to use my weapon in self-defense, it's probably going to be against a liberal, and they're going to bury me under the jail. So it's better for me, especially when they start pulling up old shows of mine and things I've said, like you know. So, but with the now with the open carry, I'm buying new holsters this week because all of my holsters are concealed holsters. They fit on the inside, and I'm going to be packing on my hip a gun everywhere I go from now and into the future. Yeah. I am never going to travel unarmed again after what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I don't blame you, not one bit. I think it's wise.
Yeah.
And I love your wife. You about a month ago you did a call or a show from your. It looked like you were in your recliner.
Yes, that was my recliner. Yes.
And I could hear Kathy talking, and I can't quote back verbatim what she said, but I remember making a mental note. Wow. She has wisdom.
Yeah, my wife's very smart.
I really enjoyed.
Some of my best points I make on the show come from my wife. But you know, people have asked why she's not on the podcast anymore. You know, a lot of you know my wife is disabled and she's on oxygen. And talking to do a podcast, it's hard for her to. Even with her oxygen on, it's hard for her to talk, to do a podcast. And it was always a struggle for her. And it wears her down. She can't talk that much to do a podcast.
I understand. I get it. Well, we tell her we love her, and anytime we do get the blessing of hearing from her, it's a joy. But I understand the oxygen thing because I took care of my mom here in her home for 6 years, and she was on oxygen the whole time. And yes, they do get wore out. It's not an easy thing, you know.
All right.
Not for the faint-hearted.
Well, thank you for your call.
Brian. Love you.
All right, take care. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Brian.
Hey, turn the volume down. Yeah, okay, go ahead. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Steve from Cooper City.
Hey, Steve, what's up?
Hey, Charlie, I wanted to ask your opinion on something. Is it possible for President Trump to create a holiday? I've seen one of your commenters ask that. Is there a way to create a national holiday for Charlie Kirk? Can President Trump do that? I mean, if they can make Transgender Day Easter.
I don't see why not. I mean, we control both houses of Congress. It's just an act of Congress that he would sign, like Martin Luther King Day. Why not?
But I'm saying, what is your thoughts on that? Do you think that's a good idea?
I haven't thought about it. Maybe Patriots Day.
Maybe Patriots. Oh, that's nice. I like that. I mean, I think if you did a holiday for Charlie Kirk, it would be like when Israel gave Hamas leaders those pagers.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm not opposed to the idea. I'd like him to give Washington and Lincoln their own days back too.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. No, that's not a bad idea.
That's all I wanted to know, Brian.
All right.
Hey, you know something? I wanted to tell you something else. Last time I saw you was at Wings Plus in Cool Springs. I was there for the Trump event.
Yes.
And I saw you, and this morning, I just checked out your live feed on YouTube.
Yep.
That's where I saw the comment. Man, you've lost a lot of weight.
I know I have.
That's the same guy.
I know. I lost. I wish anybody that took pictures with me at Wings Plus on Inauguration Day delete those pictures, and we'll have another appearance and we'll take new ones. I don't know who that guy is.
Keep up the good work, man. You look great.
All right. Take care. Appreciate it. So listen, guys, thanks for joining. My name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And don't forget, go to MyPillow, use my promo code Kane at checkout. MyPillow, Mike Lindell is sponsoring all the editions I've been doing, right? The extra hour of the show, although I've gone more than an hour over, and keeping the show going during the commercial breaks. That's all brought to you by MyPillow, as well as the afternoon shows I've been doing. So let Mike Lindell know that his sponsorship is money well spent. Go to MyPillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout, K-A-N-E, and take advantage of these great new deals. All right, guys, take care. I'm Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for watching.